Hello guys, welcome. How you doing, PDB? Alright, I believe this today I should be able to finish this game. So if I do, this is probably gonna be the final stream on Ace Attorney. Are you guys sad? I mean, it's been a long journey, but very interesting journey too. So a little bit of a recap from last time. So we figured out that the Chief of Justice, Lord Chief of Justice, is quite evil. But I mean, since he's controlling quite a bit in the judiciary system, it's gonna be a tough battle in order to drag him down all the way from up there, the place of the judge, all the way to prison or something. I mean, it's not too far-fetched, right? Look at Trump. I'm probably gonna get killed by a lot of people, but it is what it is. State your name or occupation for the courts. Lecturer in Forensic Medicine at Imperial Yume University in Tokyo, Japan. Alright. Professor Mikotoba, the young lady beside you is... this is Dr. Mariah Gurry. Scotland Yard's practicing coroner, the daughter of Dr. Sid, I understand. I'm afraid I can't tell you why she is here, she just appears, yo. The court has no security. Anyone can just appear. Like, boom, I'm here. Security! You summon this strange Japanese man as a witness to that autopsy, but you don't summon Mama, and that makes no sense. She was there too. That's about the size of it. I've had her eyes boring into the side of my cheek constantly. Which cheek are we talking about? Yo, side of your cheeks? Are we talking about the booty cheeks? Yeah, someone is staring at the man's booty. Yeah, stop her. The revelation of a Dr. that came to light some days ago defiled the reputation of the entire judiciary and was therefore deemed unfit to appear as a witness in today's proceeding. The Ministry of Justice decision on that is final. We will not want any more perjury to be committed, would we? The Ministry of Justice? Some questionable string are being pulled. She's not your problem? What if she's the one staring at your butt cheeks? Certainly never expected to be meeting under these circumstances. It's been a long while, Lord Strongheart. Understand that you were a visiting student of forensic science in London until 10 years ago. That's right, I studied under Dr. Wilson at St. Sinners. So you were present at the autopsy of my brother, Lord Clint Van Zeke. I was, yes. I assisted Dr. Wilson with the entire procedure. Mama is far more skilled than any Japanese man. Doctor asked me to be his primary assistant on that occasion. Okay. And this autopsy police was actually penned by you, I believe? Yes, I noted all of the doctor's findings, and when we were done, he read through the document and signed it. As secondary assistant, she wouldn't have such a good view of all innards. Ew! Why do you want to see innards of somebody? Gross. So, Professor, do you remember Inspector Gregson? Okay, not the booty? I mean... Technically? Technically, if I'm following the storyline, she's actually checking both chicks. Let's put it that way. She's more about, you know, cutting people up. She's a coroner, by the way. She's more about cutting people up and seeing every facet of how everything can be cut up. That's why she's talking about innards and all those kind of things. So technically, not only the face cheek, but also the butt cheek. Both. If it wasn't for you, this is a Lord Basic autopsy would never have happened. But he was absolutely convinced that it would refute decisive evidence against Genshin, you see, so Lord Strong had hard to entreat the nobility to allow it to take place. Do correct me if I'm wrong, my lord. It was as a result of that autopsy that a mass murderer was apprehended and justice was done. But Gregson admitted before he was killed, he admitted that the results of the autopsy were fabricated. Oh no. You were there at the time, so you must testify. You have an obligation to tell the truth about what really went on. That's precisely why I'm here. And that's why I'm here too! I mean, the girl cannot testify on mother's behalf, that would be hearsay. You will state truthfully and accurately what you saw and what you heard at the time. I wouldn't dream of doing otherwise, my lord. The moment your testament verges on supposition, I will expel you from my courtroom. Wow, someone is being absolutely belligerent, I guess. Is the word I was looking for. How you doing today, by the way, DL? Did you have a good day? From my own observation, I could say there was any indication of autopsy result having been fabricated. Death resulted from a wound made by Western-style sword transfixing transfixing. That I found a little strange. There were no other sign of internal injury, nothing questionable at all. It was just a beautiful but dangerous piece of evidence removed from the... What is the evidence, though? That's the question. Presumed to have been swallowed by the victim as a way to posthumously identify his assailant. Really? Yeah, I need that evidence. What the heck is that? Well, nothing that I could positively identify as such, much less where to end this testimony. So evil. How can you have someone so evil presiding over a court? The only fabrication here, Asogi, has come from you. You claim the inspector confessed just before his death. Yeah, great, they planted some flowers. Nice. It's hot enough so that you can plant flowers? Alright. He freely acknowledges it, I swear he did. Freely, with the tip of a sword at his throat. The man was clearly at his wit's end. The court will give no credence to this confession that was uttered in obvious desperation. Quite simply, there was nothing questionable about the investigation of Lord Clint Van Ziegstedt. And with this testimony you will have, without question, uncovered the whole truth of the matter. Can I do my cross-examination, though? There was most certainly something questionable about it. The whole truth does rather elude us, I feel. Well, you're obviously aware of the fact of the case. All four of the professor's previous victims died when an enormous beast was set upon them that ripped out their throat. Yeah, that's the haunted basketball. It was a tad warm today. It's warm? Are you still in your 70s? Or higher than that? I'm pretty sure my place is not that bad too, in the 50s or 60s, somewhere around there. But curiously, the killer's last victim, Lord Clint Van Zieg, suffered a different fate. Yeah, in the 50s. It's not bad. He was stabbed through the heart with a sword. That's enough. I believe I warned you about this, witness. Curtail your Tesla as soon as you enter the realm of supposition or speculation. Very well, my lord. In that case, the defense will pursue conclusion to this during cross-examination. I have the right to cross-examine every witness after testimony, and I fully intend to exercise that right. What? Your place is actually colder than my place? How is that a thing? DL. DL 1 degree? Or 34? How is your place so cold? Even the presiding judge has no authority to contravene the letter of the law, and I'm sure every member of the judiciary present in the gallery would agree. Makes sense? Why would it make sense, dear? You are so much more south than I do, so why is your place colder than I? Why? Dear, what did you do? Why is it so cold at your place? Huh? Care to tell me? The moment you go straight from the established facts, I will not hesitate to bring cross-examination to it and proceed with caution. He's threatening me. Yo, that judge up there, well, it's not a judge, but you know, that person up there is threatening me. DL, can I slap him? He's like, oh, you cannot speak too much, else I'm gonna end it for you. No, bitch. You're the murderer. That's why you're doing that. You're sick of it? I don't want you in cold weather. In fact, my temperature right now, like what, 50 something is perfect for me. On my own, I couldn't say there was any indication of. Hold it. No, sadly not. But then you couldn't say there wasn't. True, I couldn't. I was at Dr. Wilson's side as he performed the procedure recording what he did, but at the time, of course, he instructed me to fetch the implements and such like. While I was away from the operating table, also I could have missed something. Following the Japanese man ordered to adjust the lighting of passive implements. But that doesn't mean Mama was a vital part of the team. Quite, yes. So would you kindly refrain from staring me at my cheeks like... Still staring at the cheeks? It's 51, so depending on where in Colorado you are, it could, you know, stray from 51 to 34. But still, I got 55. It's harder than your place still. Death resulted from a wound made by a Western-style sword transfixing the heart. Hold it. The victims were killed by an enormous dog. Their throats were well mauled. You're talking about, you know, being gruesome. How can... Well, I guess you can train a dog to attack the throat. Right? But still, what kind of dog would you be having? There's no basis on which to doubt the findings of the carry out at the time. Genshin Asogi confessed to all of his crime upon his arrest. He admitted to having taken the life of all 5 members of the aristocracy. Yet the beast that was used to carry out the killing was never identified. No evidence was found to suggest that Genshin had ever kept a dog. A true hound of hell. There were no other signs of internal injury, nothing questionable at all. so no signs of internal injury. Does that matter? Of course it matters. You wouldn't know, girl. How useful your testimony can be in that case, really, is hearsay. If it was your mother, Dr. Silver in the stand. Yes. I've read all the paperwork about the case. Mama told me the stories countless times. Why would anyone tell you so many times about case though? Especially from your mother. All those gruesome details. Why would she do that? Maybe she suspected something as well? Maybe she knows something but wants her daughter to think otherwise. That could be a thing though. But why? The statement I just made is exactly what's written in the autopsy report. Yeah, but why though? I did confirm that myself at the time is true. Besides the stab wound, there were no other sign of internal trauma. I see. Mama told me all about it. She said there were nothing of note internally, but they did find an amazing piece of evidence, something unbelievable, and that is? What was it? Now tell me, what was it, girl? It was just a beautiful but dangerous piece of evidence. What is that dangerous piece of evidence we're talking about? Seriously, girl? If you're gonna speak, speak fully. It was sparkly and round with a hole, as if I might slip over a finger. A ring? Belonging to Genshin Asori. A ring in the stomach? At the time, Genshin wore a large ring on the digits quarters on his left hand, the fourth finger. Or ring finger. I understood it was some sort of keepsake. But I remember that ring. My father's possession was sent to a family home in Japan after his death, but the ring was among them. It was a key piece of evidence. It remained on the lock and key in store at Scotland Yard to this day. Genshin was summoned by the police to check for the presence of his ring. It wasn't on his hand, of course. Moreover, there were deep abrasions on his finger where it had been pulled up. Deep abrasion. They arrested the man there and then, right before my eyes. I brought the ring along with me today. What? Oh. A bit dusty from years in the store. Good gracious, yes, that's it. That was found inside the victim's stomach. Yes, I'm afraid so. You hesitated there. Well, it's just that thinking back now, I didn't actually witness the moment it was extracted from the victim's body. What? At that precise moment, Dr. Wilson Hassan asked me to fetch him a new scalpel in the ski. The removal of steroid from the store requires my consent, does it not? However it came to be here, the court cannot deny that this is crucial evidence for today's proceeding. A ring belonging to Genshin Asori found in Lord Clint Van Ziek's stomach during the autopsy. We still don't know whether it was inside the stomach, though he did not was it. The claw clasping the gem looks sharp enough to cause a very nasty scratch. So if there were no injuries, how did he swallow it then? I mean, you're gonna tell me that that thing passes through the entire esophagus, all the digestive, tracts, down to The stomach without getting scratched somewhere along? Hmm. Presumed to have been swallowed. Yeah, what is this? If you were clumsy, you could give yourself a rather nasty cut. That's why I'm saying you can swallow it without doing yourself some fairly serious damage, or the sticky mochi bun above the side would go down much better with some red bean paste in the middle. It tastes good though. Someone as clumsy will probably manage to choke on it somehow. What is that? There's like 2 marks there. Is it me or am I seeing into things? There's like 2 marks there, but I cannot do anything to it yet. What is that 2 marks for? Maybe I'm reading too much into it, but what is that?
Hold it!
The man admitted to his crime. My father was no killer. Baron Banzik, it was you. You twisted the truth to suit your purpose. Your hatred of me doesn't change the fact that we're established 10 years ago. My brother Clint has closed in on the professor, and in the day he exposed the man and put a stop to his lethal rampage. In the way only a man of my brother's caliber could. Poor father, he looks so troubled, perhaps because 10 years ago, something happened that's been weighing on his mind. The phrasing was very deliberate. A second, I want to eat some chocolate. Some Canadian chocolate. Coffee crisp. Ta-da! Even when we might uncover could lead to a total calamity. Calamity it is! Alright, let me just see all the evidence before I go submitting things left and right. Well, I don't think it exists in the state, coffee crisp. It's a wafer bar, sort of, with chocolate on the outside. But mixed with coffee is quite good, actually. Well, this is like a mini version. Usually the longer, the normal version is long like this. I prefer the mini, it's bite-sized. What's the autopsy report for Clint Van Zeke? Oh. Recent Scarlet inks. Yeah, you don't. I guess you don't. I mean, depending on where you are, New York has it, I believe, but it's definitely not as popular. I mean, I'm gonna present the ring.
Objection.
At that moment, I was fetching a replacement scalpel that Dr. Wilson had requested. You can neither confirm nor deny whether this ring in fact really came from the victim's stomach or not. After he was somehow stolen from Mr. Asoli. Pretending to have found it there and then.
Objection.
Supposition of best what possible evidence. Why are you doing an objection there? I'm trying to help you. So I'm not sure how you intend to prove your point. You've already done it for me, my lord. The lack of internal injury says it all. To swallow a ring of this size would require considerable effort and determination, and in addition to its size, there were sharp claws around the gemstone to contend with. Even more so, I'm sure, it would have stopped at nothing to ensure that evil killer was brought to justice. But if you really had swallowed that enormous ring, it's inconceivable that no trace of its passage down his throat would have remained as internal trauma. That's what I'm saying. And there you arrive at the sticking point. That's precisely why I had my doubts about the finding about myself 10 years ago. Then why didn't you say something at the time? I did. I still remember the conversation I had with Dr. Wilson in the laboratory that day. Wait, what? So you knew about it? Mikotoba. This is a very curious thing to find in men's, but isn't that rather peculiar, Dr. Wilson? What's that now, Mikotoba? If you saw a swing at that side with those sharp metal claws that it has, surely you expect to see damage to the throat and esophagus. That's what I say! Torn mucous membrane at the very least. Dr. Mikotoba, may I remind you that I have vastly more experience than you? I can think of plenty of ways to explain why no injuries would be seen. No, let's say this. The victim would appear to have ingested the item as evidence to identify his assailant. Appears? Appears? Dr. Wilson deliberately fabricated the result of the autopsy to implicate my father. The argument is nothing more than speculation. Dr. Wilson was Britain's leading authority on forensic science and autopsy work. There is no scientific basis on which to doubt the man's expert opinion, but I do though, like I said. How can something so sharp be swallowed into, you know, your stomach without having any of the injuries? So especially when we know that what is that movement we're called? Like the movement that pushes down? I forgot the term in English. It's not a gag reflex, but you know what I mean. Pardon the interruption, my lord, but damage to the mucous membrane of the throat is easily identifiable even in living subjects. Using a device called endoscope, recently demonstrated in practical use in France. I want one, the government can pay. I don't think so, and Dr. Gore, rest assured that your removal of evidence from the store without permission will not go unpunished. We open up the dead to find the truth. I beg your pardon? But Mama, she chose to stitch her corpses up with all her secrets inside. That's wrong. She's chosen to walk a different path to her mama. Yo, the daughter is doing the right thing here. Wow, I'm impressed. I am impressed. Like, screw you, I'm telling the truth, you ass. The ring. I just remember something. An earlier incident. What's that? The one I recounted to you before about memory I have. Of Genshin Asogi saving my life. Saved your life, he did? Well, I guess I don't know, but... It was 10 years ago on a foggy night. Genshin and I were walking down some back street at a late hour. All of a sudden... Don't make a peep, you're coming with us. Okay. All of our assailants were armed with pistols, their face obscured by scarves. Bang! Next thing I knew, there was silence all around. Genshin lay on the cobble street. Blood was seeping from his left hand. He shielded me. Left hand? So you're telling me that's when his ring? It was on the ring finger of his left hand that he used to wear that ring. So the ring was stolen. I always believed those thugs were after me, but now I'm starting to question if perhaps I wasn't the intended target after all. Wait, but... Genshin was arrested 2 days after that attack. Okay. And in that short interval, the decisive evidence needed to indict him was miraculously found. The ring was stolen from him? You think that's what those thugs were after that night?
Objection.
What are you objecting for? You pathetic cowards! You expect me to believe that you weren't involved? What do you mean by that? Okay, this course is all over the place. You're the one who told me you stole my father's ring. No. No. You set up the whole thing so you could paint him as a mass murderer? Why would I want to do that? Kazuma, open your eyes. Ryunosuke, you must know deep down The truth can be completely obscure even when your judgment is only slightly clouded. But at the moment, you seem to be floundering through the dance fog. Yo, slap him! Wake him up with a slap! Slap him! Is that why you were so insistent I should present in this trial to see you like this? Yeah, get your shit together, Kazuma. With a grandiose expression on your eyes as if you were Lady Justice herself. Eh? Aww? It seems you thoroughly convinced yourself of this alleged fabrication of autopsy results. So much that you're apparently blind to the blatant contradiction that would be born out of it. Let us imagine, oh now we're going against some expert, aren't we? If that were the case, why would Association not have disputed the finding in this trial? Interesting. That is also a question. Why? In the closed court hearing 10 years ago, the defendant never once denied a claim against him. Is that right, Lord Van Zee? And he resigned to his fate. That would surely mean there was no fabricated evidence. No. They was coerced into having it. There was no fabrication of evidence during the autopsy of his final victim's tenure. Nothing to stop Lord from bringing a trial to an immediate conclusion.
Objection.
This trial may have ended prematurely. Well, this absurdity, counsel. My lord, your reasoning is perfectly sound, but for one giant hole. What's the hole? You claim my father's silence was due to the fact that there was no fabricated evidence, but there's another possible explanation. You overlook the possibility that he had a reason to maintain that silence. Silence that would lead him to being convicted and sent to his death? Question mark? That must be rather big results, right? If the autopsy result were an invention, there's no conceivable reason why the man wouldn't have protested.
Objection.
Oh, those results were an invention, alright, there's no question about it. Are you forgetting that two people were connected to have been assassinated? If I force the grievance I feel from my mind, I start to see you in a very different light. I think perhaps it's you who's been living in delusion these 10 years. Wow. Created one last chance for us. If we can only show there was a reason for his father's silence in this trial. Yeah, what would be the reason though, except for the son? court must be shown evidence. What proof do you have that could possibly extend a soggy silence in the court? I mean, the only reason I can think of is the letter to his son with all the possessions. So that means, you know, Kazuma has to explain himself. I mean, maybe even Kazuma's? Hereby requested that over my death, any given my son. It is with deep sadness that I accept my fate in this morning, in the knowledge that I will never see my homeland or family again, but I regret nothing about your chosen path. Yeah, what is the chosen path we're talking about?
Take that!
Oh, that's not it. So what it is, the Karuma then? That'd be the Karuma instead. Huh.
Take that!
Still not Karuma. So what is it? Oh gosh. Google, stop showing me things that I see on YouTube. Ah. What? Yeah, nothing pertains to back in the days though. It's not the Karuma. Weird. So what should I go about this? Oh, is that why? It's believed that the Vika engaged in some form of a negotiation prison stuff in order to secure assistance. Oh. Oh.
Take that!
Right, so he knew that he would get escape, right? Is that where we are going for? But that didn't actually lead to a quite contrary. It led to his escape. An escape that will only probably got him sentenced to death. A fake execution, falsification of death certificate, and a jailbreak inside a coffin. Clearly such an elaborate plan couldn't have been carried out by my father alone. He must have had the help of a collaborator from the judiciary. I have here the dismissal of a chief warder who was working in the prison at the time. The note reads, there are indications that the jailbreak was in planning prior to the inmate's incarceration. In other words, there was suggestion of some sort of negotiation between Mr. Asogi and the British government. Oh. Ooh. In exchange for his silence in court, he was given an assurance that he would be broken out of the jail. Ooh. Interesting. And with that sort of clandestine agreement in place, I can imagine he would have kept very quiet. Ooh. I would go further than that. In fact, I would say that the elaborate jailbreak of Mr. Asogi can be in other ways. Well. First fabricated and now a jailbreak conspiracy? That's what it says there. Prosecution wishes to summon a new witness to the stand. That would be Governor, right? Yeah, let's go. I want to turn into a farce to summon the Governor of prison after all these years? Oh, it wouldn't be any trouble, my lord. My dear friend may appear a little rattle-pated at times, but I can assure you he's extremely throughout. He wired both Barclay and the local prison earlier, asking Governor Caden and Mr. Vigil to attend the Old Bailey as a matter of extreme urgency. Both men are, unless I'm much mistaken, waiting just outside the courtroom at this very moment. Yo, you think you can plan it all? Strongheart, can you? Well, we can plan too. Take that. No need to wait. You promised that we would stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth behind these disturbing findings. That's what you said. Under pressure, sure, but you still said it. I don't care. Take that. Bring in the witness. I too would like nothing more than lay this business to rest once and for all. In the way that you wanted it to lay to rest, but it doesn't work that way. With the nuances state their name and business. Aye, Barry Caden, a governor of Barclay Prison. I mean, if we can uncover the truth, then, you know, you might get compensation, Vigil? Oh, I do beg your pardon. Of course. It's still in persona. My name is Daily Vigil. I used to be the chief warder of Barclay Prison. The reason you've been summoned here to court today is to testify about the jailbreak about the so-called professor 10 years ago. Lush, the professor we already been through all this before, decades ago. And the conclusion was that there was nay anything untoward happened. A convict escaped from a prison, Governor. Hardly what you call nothing untoward. Oh well. The convict's death certificate was somehow falsified after he was allegedly executed. He escaped the prison inside his own coffin. A plan of that complexity could never have been carried out without the help of somebody of influence inside the prison. Covenant Gaiden, don't imagine that the passage of time will afford you any protection. If it turns out that you were involved in the plot to break Mr. Asogi out of your prison, then of course, the consequences will be very serious. In all likelihood, a capital punishment. Can't hold on there, laddie. All I did was... Witness, Governor Gaiden. You have a critical role to play in the public safety of our country, a grave responsibility to shoulder. The significance of your testimony in court cannot be understated. Therefore, think carefully before you speak. And Prosecutor Asogi, if you threaten the witness again, you will be held in contempt of court. Wow. There's no disputing the fact that an intricate jailbreak plot was enacted 10 years ago. Clearly, you were both involved in some way. So you will testify before the court now and explain exactly what took place. Good shot. Let the witness give their formal testimony. Tell the court everything you know of the plot to break Asogi out of Barclay 10 years ago. Let's go. Do it. So it was the day that Japanese jock was found guilty. The directive came from the prosecutor's office. I was assigned the convict to Chief Water Vigil here and put the plan into action behind the scenes. I was responsible for Asogi right up until the night of his execution, but I knew nothing of the ending plot. I didn't care if there was some negotiation between the convict and the professor. All I did was carry out my duty for Her Majesty's Great British Empire. Alright. A directive from the prosecution's office. Are you saying that was the jailbreak bro? That's right. Who authorized that plan? I did not ken that. You don't know? Listen, there was nay a thing about the professor case that wasn't unusual in some way. I didn't ask any question, I just did what I was told to do. More than that, I couldn't tell you. I see. But if the jailbreak plan originated from the prosecutor's office, then one thing is very clear. As suspect, there were clandestine dealings going on in between Mr. Asogi and that office. The jailbreak was promised in exchange. It's nothing more than speculation on your part. So let me ask the defense. Oh yes, my lord? I fail to see how these witnesses have any more pertinent information, and do you intend to assert your right to a cross-examination? Why not? I always do. I have no intention of squandering a single opportunity, my lord. It seems all you Japanese are fiercely tenacious. That's a good quality, right? Very well, proceed, counsels! Let's go, counsels. It was the day that the Japanese jock was found guilty. Directive. Yeah, I need to know from whom. And you say you don't know who actually issued the directive. That's right. All I can be sure of is that it was official. But if it was from the prosecutor's office, that narrows down to who could have issued it straight away. And it wasn't me. I cannot even say with certain that it did originate from... What do you mean? There's no telling where it started. There's a fair chance it came from higher up the ladders. Basically, I cannot give you any indication of who was behind it. That the order must have come from someone in authority, yes. The likes of us on the ground, as it were, did not bother with speculation. We just get the job done. He's a governor. I assigned the convict to the Chief Water Vigil here and put the plan in action behind the scenes. You did not know anything about it. That's right. My only role in the scheme was as a scapegoat. That's right, isn't it, Governor? Some poor beggar had to take the rap for it. So he knew about it! Who else did know about the plan? I'm no the first idea ladded. My part in the whole business was basically just dealing with the aftermath, but I would not be surprised if there were other folks in prison service who would be giving similar orders. So the night it actually happened, the person at the raid was Dr. Stevens. Courtney said, why did I have to get caught up in such a terrible business? Yeah, why?
Hold it!
That's so weird though. That's so shady. Everything is so shady in this government. Gross. Everything was unusual, exception after exception. After all, it was the professor. The man had terrorized the country as never before with his crime. He was forced to wear an iron mask over his head. Hideous treatment. The fellow was surprisingly docile for someone who'd taken the life of 5 of our country's noble. Being the chief warder, I was the only person permitted to approach his cell. I can still hardly believe that I was duped by my own country. You jumped from the window of the governor's office when the jailbreak was blamed on you, didn't you? I cannot apologize enough. No, Governor, I don't believe you can. It won't change what's happened. And what else can you tell us about the situation, Governor Caden? Or something okay. But you already an order came from the prosecution to arrange for the man escape. There must have been some negotiation. It's the only explanation. Hey, well, be that as it may, I did not care about it. Well, the witness stand is no place for telling what you don't know for sure. I can't that much. Not telling what you know is a criminal offense. So you were just following order, is that all? I'm afraid that won't absolve you of your guilt here. A man was still killed illegally even if he was a condemned criminal. You may very well be found complicit in murder, Governor. Even with the threat of conviction, you will break your silence. Oh wow.
Hold it!
And that duty is? Did you carry out the plan in its entirety? Aye, I did everything I could at the time. Genshin Asugi was shot dead in Lowgate Cemetery after they escaped. Tell me, was that part of the plan too? My instruction were to do with getting the jock out of the jail and nothing more. I cannot tell you anything about what happened after that. Only personally, I believe his death was the last part of the plan. What?
Excuse me.
What's wrong? Visual? Oh, what can I do for you, sir? He's saluting now? What is this, some sort of Barclay convention? What Governor Caden was just saying seemed to upset you. Did it bring something to mind, perhaps? For the last 10 years, I've completely blotted out of the memory of that time from my mind. I was betrayed by my superior in the name of my country. Of course he did. Just as my father was betrayed in Sims. But you see, thinking back now, I really can't imagine that the shooting of Mr. Asogi was ever part of the plan. Why is that? Well, it just doesn't make sense, does it? To make the man admit the crime he didn't commit with the promise of a jailbreak only to kill him in the end. That's treachery of the worst kind. But the point is, if the intention was always to betray him, why would there be any need for all the chicanery of an escape? If whoever negotiated with Asogi never intended to keep his or her end of the bargain, it would have been far simpler just to let the man be executed in prison as dictated by his sentence. It all happened in a vast chamber of secret that is Barclay, behind the high prison wall. I suppose nobody knows what really went on with the execution. It's an unsettling mystery, certainly. Truth to be told, there is a wee matter that's never quite makes sense to me. That is, did you believe there was some kind of negotiation behind the jailbreak between Asogi and the body of the top? It doesn't quite up, does it? Governor Caden, I must insist that you explain these jobs that you have by amending a formal testimony. It seems to me that the government did not have nothing to bargain with.
Hold it!
I cannot see that myself. The prosecution have conclusive evidence against Carly, eh? This conclusion was finally given by Scotland Yard prosecution office. Very well, but nothing has been proven. You can hold it about misconduct in the trial 10 years ago all you like. But if you can establish that it happened with a hard evidence, no one's going to listen. Aye, that's right. So what I'm saying is, the convict has nothing he could use for any kind of bargaining at all. It would seems no negotiation could have taken place. Armed with something that gave him an angle to negotiate. Yeah, what does he have to negotiate? That's the question. It doesn't, but I can't quite put my finger on what yet. And well, in that case, we must keep digging until we identify that. So what does he have though as a token for negotiation? The greater weapon is the Asogi paper.
Objection!
Very true, there was nothing to stop the British breaking their words and executing him behind closed door anyway. Under normal circumstances, no man would stake his life on a gentleman's agreement like that. Must have had a trump card. Something that guaranteed he wouldn't betray. Some kind of weapon. The fella couldn't possibly have anything like that. But you know that he did, Governor. The Asogi paper, the name given to the last will and testament of Genshin Asogi. Turned out that Mr. Asogi was hiding his will in his cell at Barclay. Chief Warder Vigil caught him with it one day. You squealed, didn't ya? Ya wee rat. Did I no tell ya to keep that a secret? You can touch me now. When Mr. Vigil caught sight of that will through the bars of the convict cell, Mr. Asogi pleaded with the water. Alright then, but what's on the paper? A last will and testament. This will is the only weapon I have left now. A weapon? And after the convict has been killed following the elaborate pretense of a jailbreak, that document mysteriously disappeared, didn't it? All the prison warder searched through the belongings in the cell, but that will was just nowhere to be found. As I understand it, an exhaustive search was made for the document which became known as the Asogi Papers. Governor Caden, I believe you ordered your prison staff to find it at all costs, didn't you? Would I be right in saying that you knew? You knew that the so-called Asogi paper had the potential to make great waves somehow, huh? What the blaze are you blathering about? The will was found right and proper in the fellowship where I said it would be. But how can that be? Where in the cell? We'll search the place from top to bottom. Well, you did not do a proper job, you peely wally galoot. You can criticize me now. Fight him! I showed it to you before, did I know? You're a lawyer? Yes, you did. I have the document here. It's written in Japanese and reads, The Last Will and Testament of a Genshin Asogi. Everything is as it should be, not quite, my lord. You see, there's an undeniable inconsistency here. Describe this copy as the only weapon in our lab, and yet this will contains nothing of significance at all. Nothing that would have given the convict any leverage. Are you suggesting, my learned friend, that the last will and testament stored at Barclay for all these years is actually a fake? As had clearly been demonstrated already, what went on at Barclay prison was far from above. That last vilification by the defense was an affront to the entire British legal system. This absurd notion of a weapon is something for which we have only the former Chief Warder's word. That man could quite easily be lying or very slowly mistaken. I definitely heard him say that, I swear. Clearly we need to get to the bottom of this. We need to know exactly what happened with these so-called Asogi papers. A waste of time! If the will was fake, what is the real document? Mr. Vigil was stabbed in the back by the judiciary 10 years ago. He lost everything, very nearly his own life. And now you're going to do it again. You're ready to brand him a liar or turn your back on him without even letting him defend himself. It's clear that Barclay's hiding something. It's clear that jailbreak was masterminded by someone in the prosecutor's office. It's clear that some illicit negotiation took place. Is your lawyer just going to gloss over this obvious fact? What did you say? We should hear more from the Chief Warder. Have him testify again. The trial must go on. The man's voice must be heard. Not a vocal few here are utterly blind to the truth. Very well then, let the witness testify again. Tell the court precisely what you think you saw at the convict's last will or testament. As the warder responsible for condemned victim, I attended Mr. Asogi and kept watch over his cell. The night after he was found guilty in court, he was doing something with that will in his cell. We turned the cell inside out looking for it after the execution, but to no avail. I only found out about the Asogi paper when a directive came telling me to impound them. The document was found in folds of the fella's robe that was left in his cell, a kimono, I think it's called. Kimono? That's a lie! We searched every inch of the man's cell. We looked through all his clothes. It can't be truth. have any hold over me anymore. Other than the hold you like to take on my crab at, of course. Is that what you're going to do now? Is it? Take it! Are you going to give me a good shake again? Or are you too scared? Oh, they are fighting. Wait, and we were much obliged. I can confirm that all my father's belonging arrived safely. And you cannot deny the handwriting is that of your old man, eh? Last word hasn't meant last weapon, was it? I think we're gonna safely assume that the convict was merely prattling, knowing that his end was nigh. This is... Counsel for the defense, your cross-examination, please. Okay, this is some weird shit going on. So what happens to... Is that a fake paper or is that a true paper? I have a feeling it's maybe one that was written before. And there's a true paper that he wrote that it was somewhat hidden somewhere. Huh. Yeah, certainly. Though there was precious little time before his execution was due. It was remarkably calm considering his days were very much numbered. I mean, if he knew that he was gonna get a jailbreak, then of course, no, he really didn't strike as a man capable of mass murder. Yet he confessed in full of the crime. I know, that's why I felt compelled to ask him one day. I can still recall his reply. I'm guilty of the unforgivable crime of ending another human's life, yes. But was so tranquil and intelligent, it put me in mind of an Eastern holy man. It was the beginning of all the drama. I remember it very well, yes. The night after he was found guilty, Cole was doing something with that will in his cell. And he pleaded with you not to report him, did he? That's right. And like the bamboo you are, you didn't tell me. A blatant breach of trust that was. I could see that the man had a noble spirit. I found myself wanting to treat him accordingly. Having any written material whatsoever. At the prosecutor's office under supervision of relevant authorities, I personally instructed Asogi to make a will for the benefit of his family and his homeland. Why was it found in his cell? What do you mean by that? Well, if it was penned at the prosecutor's office, you would have expected that it would remain there for safekeeping, surely. It's curious, there doesn't seem to be any obvious explanation for why it was subsequently found in the convict cell. The defense make an astute point, well, Governor. A prison governor cannot be expected to ken the inner working of the prosecutor's office. In that case, Lord Strongheart, perhaps you can shed some light on the matter. Hello, Slayer? I'm unable to offer an explanation here now. I would have to consult with notary responsible for the will at the time. Then what do you not see in the US? Wait, what? Oh, the chocolate. She was talking about the chocolate. This one. Coffee's crisp. Canadian chocolate. That's what it is. The fact of that my father was discovered itself is clearly inconsistent with what was to be expected. I want to know why. Never seen it, you can confirm that. Yeah, definitely not in on the West Shore. I mean, on the East Shore, Boston, you can buy it, I think. Boston, New York. I mean, a lot of, you know, Canadian, French influence over there. But other than that, the coffee crisp is not a chocolate that you see in the States. No. We're trying to sell inside out for it after the description. Oh no. So something was found and not found at the same time. How is that possible? When I reported but we couldn't find it, he grabbed me by my crown. Yeah, I cannot have disappeared completely in my face. Well, it's doing to the government to keep everybody working as hard as they should. I think the governor needs a wee taste of its own medicine, Mr. Naruto. Although the point is, it was clearly considered a very important document. I guess if they're trying to find it so hard. But it proved impossible to find. That's so weird though. Then before I knew it, it was in the morning paper, the blood-curdling article. You mean the article based on Mr. Drebber's experience in Logate Cemetery? Yes. That was it. The day after I read the news, I was summoned to the governor's office, and that's when the awful accusation was made that you aided Genshin Asogi to escape from the prison, resulting in your immediate dismissal. I'm afraid I really don't remember anything after that. Ha! As the governor of the prison, I had no choice. You do! I couldn't have done anything else. So knowing that he was, not lying and was innocent of everything, you still frame him and dismiss him from your prison. How dare you? You crooked little governor! Well, he's not little, but...
Hold it!
What directive? Came from the same source as the one instructing you about a jail? From the top of the prosecutor's office. What name was on it? I did not know now. Well, wow, right? Yes, but there was 2 games in one too, so technically I'm playing two games. One after another, even though it's like a chronicle. Putting 2 games in one game. The directive said it has to be somewhere inside a fella's cell. Documents. And not will? That's what it says. Am I clutching a straw here? I just wonder if it was really Genshin Asogi's last will and testament that the senders of that directive was after. You haven't touched a Splatoon in ages? Well, you've been busy, man, right? I mean, if you want, we can play, on Friday. If you're too busy or not. I mean, Friday, I think we're gonna do, we're gonna do Turf Wars. And not Salmon Run, so. It's up to you. The document was in the fold of the fella's robe that was left in his cell kimono. You see what's up? Sure. No pressure. It was familiar to have his personal effect with him during his incarceration, I understand. That's right, he was granted as much freedom as possible during the few days before his execution. He had a number of items of personal significance, I remember. He was very reluctant to part with them. Some books, that kimono, his sword. You have a sword? The famous sword of Asogi-gan. You would not be allowed to have a sword within a prison cell. They bear the soul of my family. Could the men have had more obvious weapon? Water carry fire ammo and didn't he have shackles around the ankle? He couldn't have hurt anybody with that thing. What? He was allowed a sword but no writing material. He wrote that will before he came to stay with us at Barclay, see? Oh, so he did write two letters. One within his cell, and the other one is the true weapon he was talking about. The necessary Japanese writing implemented the prosecutor's office. A Suzuri inkstone, black sumi ink, some Hanshi rice paper. I was present when he wrote it, but I'm sorry to say, the letter just looked like a squirming mass of jet black earthworm to me. What?
Excuse me.
So he did write two letters. Alright, no problem. You have a good night, Slayer. It was Scarlet. Scarlet? Alright. Yeah, he wrote it in Scarlet. Scarlet ink. Is this something about the testimony we just heard? Have you recalled something of importance? Something of importance? Yes, possibly, or possibly not. Just speak! You permit supplement down with this possibly or possibly not important detail. Permission granted. Go ahead, Mr. Virgil. It was Scarlet. As I remember, the document with is Scarlet ink. Perhaps I'm mistaken. See, that's the thing we're going for. So it was Scarlet ink, but clearly that's not Scarlet ink though. The Asogi paper was written in black.
Objection.
Oh. Oh. Oh shit, I forgot. Alright.
Hold it.
Okay, I'm going backward now.
Is that right? Excuse me.
Alright. Okay, give me a second, guys, to go to the washroom. I need you to go to the washroom. Be right back, guys. I am back, guys. Alright. About that. Ugh. So what is this one?
Hold it!
Scarlet, you say? I meant I only caught sight of it for a brief moment, but of course, but even with by the dim light itself, I remember thinking that was an unusual color. At the very least, I'm quite sure it wasn't black. Witness, is that really what you saw? Is something wrong, Lord Strongheart? Apologize. Continue. It's black as Earl's hell waistcoat. Well, you're right. Mr. Visual, I'd like to confirm one point with you. Did you actually see the content of the document that Mr. Sogi was holding in that night? No. I mean, there was no time. As soon as he noticed me, he hid it behind his back. A will, was it? It was. That's what Mr. Asogi told me. No, it's not the same will. And Scarlet? That shit over here? Yeah, it's not the tip of the Grey Sword. What about this thing over here? Scarlet. I think it's a sword. But how can I... Is that thing on the sword though?
Objection!
It's not the sword, so how do I uncover the sword? So where are we hiding? Heading? Oh, that's where the scarlet ink visible on the little ring finger on the right.
Objection!
You have no evidence I do though. Have a look at this report. My brother's autopsy report? Scarlet color ink stain were noted on the finger of the victim's right hand. Now, I'm not familiar with the habits of British aristocracy, I freely admit. I would hazard a guess that they don't all go around with ink stain on the fingertips, do they? Your wits is not appreciated. My brother was a well-bred and fastidious man. Okay, should ink have sullied his fingertip, he would have cleaned them immediately. What is your point, Console? Whatever Lord Clint Van Zyck was writing in that unusually colored ink, it must have been directly before his death. Because he died before he had the opportunity to clean his hand. The lid of my brother's inkwell was open. The clean was punctilious about such a thing. It seems unusual, and no document pen in the color of the ink was in the inkwell was ever found. So the document had disappeared. Are you suggesting that the document father had in his hand that night in itself was the same document Lord Clint Van Zeke was writing moments before his death? Mr. Vigil's testimony is to believe it can only mean that, yes. Mr. Vigil, when you spotted Mr. Asogi with the document in his cell, his precise word was as follows, were they not? Alright then, what's on that paper? A last will and testament. This will is the only weapon I have left now. If the conversation really to go has Mr. Vigil said, then what we now know completely changes the meaning of what Mr. Asogi said. It was Clint's will, but it wasn't that of Genshin Asogi. It was the last will testament of Lord Clint Van Zeke. Wow, okay. The brother's last will and testament. Would you not want to know what it is? No, impossible. That's utterly out of question. Well, you don't decide. You don't get to decide that, Lord Van Zeke. He consumed day and night. Whatever happened, he would never have a better investigation before his conclusion. Never. He wouldn't rest until the job was done, until the killer was caught. The idea that he would willingly accept his own death is obscene. And yet, we can be sure that it was writing his will before his moment. And Dagesha came to be in possession of that document, so what could the will possibly have contained? Clearly something that couldn't be made public under any circumstance whatsoever, because along with that document, my father was able to negotiate with the judiciary for his life. It was something so damning that it prompted the power to be to enact a daring jailbreak plot. There can be no question that the will contain information of the utmost secrecy. Pursuing the notion of a phantom where nobody can attest to having seen serve absolutely no purpose. The last will testament of Dagesha was that of Lord Clint Van Zeke. All the testimony and evidence presented to the court has logical letters to that as a possibility. We have a duty to pursue the line of reasoning to its conclusion. But with no possible means of knowing the content of the document, there is no line of reasoning to pursue. A man of high noble standing would have chosen death. Information so secret, people in the judiciary would be willing to negotiate the jailbreak of a condemned killer. The only explanation that fits those facts is an unthinkable truth that turned absolutely everything on its head. Which is, but it's just too hideous. However difficult the situation might become, you work with your client in pursuit of the truth. That's what you resolve to do when you enter the courtroom this morning, if I'm not mistaken. Yes. Soldiering in? Let's go. Well, soldier. 10 years ago, in his final moment, Lord Clint Van Zeke left behind a will. A will that Genshin Asogi was able to use as a weapon to negotiate his escape from prison. In all probability, the details in the will were related to the Professor case. The defense's last statement is mere conjecture. What are you getting at, man? As soon as these words came out of my mouth, there's no going back. Let's go. So what are we confession? So he was the professor. And his true identity. What are you saying? I do realize it. That would mean he's a professor. Your brother was the professor. Oh no. Including himself. It was in fact a man believed to have been the fifth victim. Lord Clean Benzik himself. Oh no. Pandora's box. The Great Benzik family, they've been through a breed by the British judiciary for years, and Lord Clean Benzik was a paragon of justice in the capital. But it was actually a mass murderer, a perpetrator of atrocity in the vilest nature. If the general ever found a lord in any country would, break apart, he will. I wonder though, did he never suspect? A brilliant prosecutor, is it conceivable that he didn't realize what his older brother really was? The professor made use of an enormous hound as his murder weapon. Tell me, did your brother own a dog? Yes, he did. Bauman. That sort, he was a well-known hunting dog. People call him a giant. When my brother would go hunting in the forest of the ground behind the house, he always took Bauman. After Clint's death, the creature passed away too, almost as if he were to follow his master. He was a magnificent hunting dog, worthy of a jewel-studded collar around his neck. That's right, though sadly, some years ago now, it was stolen by the thief who broke into the house one night. So it so happens that myself and my colleague have come across such a collar during our time in London. How could you? There was an old emblem attached to the collar's shoe made of pure gold. Oh, that's the one. It was topped with a small crown, or an ornate capital. Almost forgot about that necklace. It was in the first game too. Right after the first game we had that collar, so it belongs to a dog. I thought it was a bracelet of some sort. It's Baolang. It's the insignia of the Baskerville family. It's the family name of my late brother's widow. The pure gold emblem was a heirloom which Clint acquired upon their marriage. There can be no doubt then, the color you've described was Bauman's. There was a considerable amount of blood on the collar when we saw it. Since we know the dog was used for hunting, it could have been from his quarry, of course. It could have been from human prey. Clemency really was a professor. Impossible, these Japanese are making it all the ignorant they own. So in fact, the person responsible for this murder of Noble and Royal was the Noble himself, and that threatens to be an enormous scandal that would irrevocably destabilize British society. Hello, Ali. My father knew that and was using it to negotiate his way out of unjust charges brought up against him. But at the very last hour, those he bargained with betrayed him, slaying him mercilessly on foreign soil. How you doing, Ali, today? Can you deny it? Can you deny it, Lord Strongheart? 10 years have passed, and still now the 6 million inhabitants of a great capital rest easy believing that justice was done. That though his anonymity remains, the diabolical murder was caught and executed. Wow, I'm doing good. Very well then, you may have the truth. So he was not evil, Lord Strongheart? Tell me what Clint really was. Lord Clint Van Zig was too pure of heart. When he became a prosecutor went in pursuit of black roots of crime, he drove himself into a corner. He came to the uncomfortable realization that to fight the most fiendish of criminals requires one to become an even more fiendish oneself. So by becoming a killer himself? Oh, what is going on? Miraculous 100 years of Great Britain and indeed the whole world. Okay? New industry, new technology, and with the birth of Metropolitan Police Service, new law and order. But these dazzling new developments meant even deeper shadows were cast on the society, water sullied by factories, air thick with nauseous fumes and crime growing daily to fill the darkness. Lord Clint Van Zig made it his mission to combat the darkness, but as time went on, it slowly ate at his soul until eventually he was consumed. So it's ironic, really, and somewhat surprising that the truth has once again been unearthed by a Japanese. Once again, what do you mean? 10 years ago, your father, Genshi Asogi, turned up at my office one night. The professor? Yes, beyond all shadow of doubts, you may issue a warrant to search his home at once. Don't be absurd. The man comes from one of our country's most illustrious family. He's a paragon of justice here in the capital. Yes, that's the point. That's why none of you British can see it. He's using his noble status as a diversion while he commits these atrocious crimes behind the scenes. Do you have evidence? Nothing definite as yet. But he keeps an enormous savage hound on the estate. We need the full support of the judiciary for this. We are up against a member of the aristocracy. So a large family estate has a fierce guard dog. You should know that's commonplace here in Britain. I'm sorry, but I can possibly put Scotland Yard onto this based on 10 years accusation of a visiting student. Wow. So I turned down Asogi's plea, and as a result he took it upon himself to visit Van Zig's mansion on his own. We can only imagine now what happened between the two men. Though we know the outcome, of course, Lord Clint Van Zig perished. I don't believe this. So Inasho Kazuma-sama did? So he did kill Clint Van Zig, but Clint Van Zig killed the other 4 members of the noble aristocracy. Even the late Lord Van Zig meet the same fate. He put a permanent end to the professor's killing by taking the drastic measure of ending the perpetrator's life. So taking justice into his own hands. So he pretty much did the same thing as Clean Van Zeke did, right? That's why he said, you know, I took a man's life. And not, you know, plural man. Oof, how's that go? That's like a tale of justice gone wrong. They all care for justice, but doing, you know... Well, I guess it's not injustice in a way, but at the same time, you know, killing people... I don't know. As soon as I heard, I hurried to the mansion. When I arrived, it was easy to grasp what had happened. What about the will? Already taken and nothing of that nature was found at the scene. We had no idea of the existence of such a document at that time. I was the only person who knew of the true identity of the professor, so I resolved to keep it as a secret. It's got the secret to the bitter end. So you're admitting to it that you were behind it all? Who pinned the crime on my father? I did what needed to be done in order to protect the law and order of the British Empire by falsifying evidence too. I mean, maybe he did kill one man, which is Clint Van Zyk, but Clint Van Zyk killed other men using his dog, though. How's that work? So I guess at that point, like, killing one man would still get, you know, sentence you to death. You might as well take all the, you know, blame for it and protect the society. Is that what he's telling me now? Yo. Yo. Even if that meant employing an unforgivable ruse. Then it was you where I just fabricated evidence. I ordered that detective to take care of it, while keeping the truth from him naturally. Gregson. He opposed me at first. Are you off your rocker? We can do something like that. There's no question that it was Asogi who murdered Lord Van Zyk. The house staff had made statement that they saw the man running from the measure. But then why Gregson was killed here? To silence him? You're gonna try to cover the truth by killing more people now. Is that where we're going? So who killed Gregson at the end of the day? I mean, it was the other judge who killed it, but why? On what end? We haven't had a shred of conclusive against the man, and worse than that, he doesn't keep a dog. So we're short of a murder weapon to boot. We're short on time, Gregson. We must put a stop to this man's rampage for the good of the country. So we'll use whatever means necessary. Do I make myself clear, detective? Whoa! My goodness. So that night 10 years ago, when I was attacked by those thugs in the back street, Genshin's ring was taken, and that was him, was it? That was Gregson's and some hired help. Then the detective handed the stolen ring to Dr. Wilson, who feigned its discovery from the victim's stomach during that autopsy. And in light of that decisive evidence, Mr. Asogi was found guilty of the charge brought against him. Whoa! Behind the scene, he had actually already struck a deal with his accuser, in which he agreed to silently accept his charge. But I just don't believe that part. As far as I knew, the man my father despite such an underhand dealings. It was extremely easy to make him comply. You see, he had one crippling weakness. That is you, Kazuma. You, Kazuma Asogi. Perhaps you have no desire to return to your homeland, Asogi. Though I heard you have a 14-year-old son. Agree to cooperate or accept your guilt without contention, and you will see Japan and your son again. You scoundrel! Whether you choose wisely or not, it will be a close trial by order of Her Majesty, so whatever rash claims you might have made in court will have no trouble in stifling them. There's only one outcome for you, Asogi, the gallows. Don't forget that I still have a weapon at my disposal. A document revealing the truth that I know you're desperate to keep hidden. It hadn't escaped my mind, which is the only reason I'm willing to bargain with you. Wow, I only want to protect this country's law and order, you understand? So, what's it to be, Asogi? Kazuma. That's outrageous. As a Lord Chief of Justice, that is outrageous. A man of such high position doing all those, scheming things. And as I told him at the time, my motive was simply to protect Raiden from the damage the truth would do, so you're even resorting to a lot of the killings and whatnot. To protect this country's law and order at any cost.
Objection!
What about Gregson then? I've never dared let myself even consider this possibility until now, but in the light of all this treachery, I have to ask. The mastermind behind the Reaper of Bailey, was it you, Lord Mayo Strongheart? A rather brilliant idea, wouldn't you say, Lord Baron Benzi? That the spirit of your late brother, that paragon of justice, should return to reap justice to his sibling. Could there be a more appetizing tale for London's masses, I ask you? What?! I knew that you played the part to perfection, but your role really wasn't that of some embodiment of death. No, you were London's guardian angel. Oh gosh, an angel with bloody hands? This is a scandal! What the hell? Those who are cooperating with me already were too happy to participate in my plan. My minions have worked tirelessly to ensure that the finger of guilt could never come to rest on you. Oh wow, so everyone knew. It's all thanks to them that you were exalted as a demigod the Reaper became. Demigod? Who wants to be a demigod like that? What the fuck? But Dr. Wilson left Raiden 4 years ago when he was invited to work in Japan. That's right. So I had to employ the service of a young protege after that. Dr. Courtney Sid. So what with the execution of the professor and the subsequent reign of the Reaper of the Bay, I've successfully guarded laws and order in the mighty capital for the past decade. Yo! That is everything. My lords, ladies and gentlemen, I do hereby confess, it was I who sired the concept of the Reaper. However, let me say in my defense, it was all for the preservation of law and order across the entire empire? Really? Collection of crime, but still, all those who died at the Reaper's hand were rotten to the core anyway. If it was in the aid of keeping London safe, there is no one left now who can reveal the precise truth of what happened 10 years ago. Therefore, this trial can go no further. I would like to entreat all those present. Beyond these four walls, nobody needs to know the truth. Even Her Majesty must be protected from this. I trust you all appreciate the importance of my request. Is it of course for the good of the country? What? Can he do that? Can he do that? Yo. Yo, you're just like admitting everything, scheming for killing people, and then at the same time, like I did it for the good of the country. So you guys, you just keep quiet. What is it? What is this? Can the trial really end now? Can it? Unacceptable. I have one last question for the accused, Lord Van Zee. Of course, I know that you're a highly accomplished prosecutor. He's bad, yo. How does that work? My head hurts. I mean, in the Ace Attorney series, there's always like, you know, someone highly placed that is committing the most atrocious crime. There was like, you know, a police chief before that was committing a lot of murder. It was so hard to, you know, get him to speak. There was like, you know, another game where it was like a high governor from another country. You know, that it was protected by the power invested into him or some sort like that. And now he's like the Lord Chief of Justice. This, I mean, whoever wrote the Ace Attorney is like constantly gonna believe in conspiracy. Because every single time it's like, you know, the higher places is conspiring against its people, killing, doing murder, and it's being protected by law. Which, you know, interesting. And like I said, could happen in real life. I mean, look at the US president, ex-president, right now. I mean, he's doing some atrocities, I guess. It's, well, at least being, you know, put to court for it. But at the same time, you know, who knows what's gonna happen next. I really want to know at the end of the day what happened there. But, you know, that's another story for a much later time. So I find it hard to believe that you didn't have any doubts at all. That you never suspected your older brother. The same thought occurred to me. It was only once, but yes, I couldn't say that I never had my doubts. See? My brother's sense of justice was extremely strong, perhaps too strong, I observed. At that time, there were members of the aristocracy who were bleeding the country dry for their own gain, and since they were noble, they were untouchable. For my brother was a source of great turmoil. And coincidentally, at the same time, the professor began his terrifying reign. During the time of the professor's killing, my brother did not appear to be himself. And that made you suspect? Yes, but it was only once. Not more, was that once? Really? Flame wasn't the culprit. That was my conclusion at the time, but I still believe that now. Do you have anyone to support that idea? The third victim was Lord Chief Justice at the time. It was he who recognized my brother's potential and trained him as a prosecutor. Oh, so it was not Clint? Ah, maybe he was actually Lord Chief Justice Mayor Strongheart, so that he can take his position. No matter what the circumstances is, it's unthinkable that my brother could have killed his friend and mentor. That will do. Neither Clint Van Zee nor Genshin was walk this earth. However much we debate this matter now, we cannot hope to reach a conclusion. There are only two extant pieces of evidence from the time. The woebegone ring that acted as incriminating evidence to condemn Genshin Asogi, and the 3-page last will and testament pen in the black ink left behind. The wretched truth of what happened exactly as I have explained. No, it's not. You lie. You're still lying. He's still lying, Ali. I will present myself at the Ministry of whatever sanction it's deemed appropriate. Of course you will be, you know... Oh, now I understand why he's saying all those things. Like the confession, because it's a fake confession. He knew that, you know, if we continue on pursuing the truth, that we might actually see him. as the murderer. I think that's what it is. Thank you, Kazuma. If it wasn't for you, he lies so bad. If it wasn't for you, I think it's the hunch I have, but you know, I think we're heading there. I wanna have made this 11-hour discovery. I'm afraid. I must insist the trial continues. I beg your pardon? As the court has been reminded today already, we must stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth. And to that end, one particular statement made by somebody moments ago reveal a very subtle contradiction. All I did was ask the accused one simple question. Well, it began with Lord Zigady's recollection of his brother, but Lord Strongheart didn't permit the defendant to speak at length. Pointing out that we can draw no further useful conclusion, and so where on earth is the contradiction? Contradictory, it's time to identify who. Is it Strongheart or Ben Zeke? We cannot hope to reach a conclusion. It's the two pieces of evidence that's wrong. Would you care to explain? Among the statement you made just a few moments ago, something you said about inconsistent with a certain piece of evidence we have. The defense will pursue an explanation. What? They are very well proved fatal. I mean, let me save that.
Take that! Take that! Take that!
So what is it? The letter himself?
Take that!
The two-page will. Your precise word were 3-page, right? The 3-page last will and testament. Could it be that originally there was a third page? For a moment, I thought perhaps you intended for something worthwhile, but it's a mere trifle, I see. You were present when the Japanese penned its last will and testament. Yeah, I was there for sure. I remember the black worm-like scroll to this day, and I'm quite certain there was a third page at the time. Where's the third page? was a message to the last back in Japan. For legal purposes, we require only his will. And we wouldn't have wanted any uncomfortable word about Britain to get back to Japan, so where is it? You have it?
Objection.
So where's the third page? The courtroom is no place for sentimentalities. I have the third page? No. My lord, the defense called for Genshi's last word to his son to be read out loud before the court now. The princess is dying. The inevitable mauling word can be of no consequence now. The prosecution agrees. The court should know the content of that message. Every possible piece of evidence should thoroughly examine. Very well then. Governor Caden, read it. You will read the third page of the document for all present to heart. Okay. Only I should point out, my lord, that I cannot actually read the language. Shame on you, Barry. If I could be of assistant here, I would be happy to translate the word into English for the court. You're still here, are you, Dr. Mikotova? Mikotova? I consider myself a member of the judiciary, albeit a lowly one. But perhaps I should quietly withdraw after I translate Genshin's message? Sure. Your cooperation must appreciate it. Let's go! What's the last word? Kazuma. The truth is shrouded in darkness. A darkness only our clan greatsword can pierce. Mighty Karuma, twist thy head and watch them fall, all thy mortal foe. Twist thy heads. That's where the will is hiding. I knew it was hidden in the Kazuma sword. A razor-sharp blade known to all, passed down for generations, it embodied the Japanese spirit. It's not known to me. The one warned by the prosecution counsel when he confronted Inspector Gregson. Though this procrastination are beginning to try my patience, adjournment of this court is long overdue. The presiding judge, you're no judge. Twist thy head. Twist it and open. It doesn't mean your head. The sword's head is a part of the very end of the hilt. It's written as head in Japanese, but it's pronounced as kashira. Really meant twist the butt of the hilt? Butt of the hilt? I knew it. Scarlet ink! Got it. I penned this, my last will and testament, in the final moment before my inevitable willing death. This is it, isn't it? Clint Van Ziek, and the date, 10 years ago on that fateful night. So that, for 10 years, it's been silent concealed in Sakarumas and nobody knew. Oh my gosh. Wait. Oh my goodness. This is unbelievable. I got the will. I want to read it, I can't. Despite all that, no new information has come to light. There is though. In pursuit of justice, Lord Clint Van Ziek tragically lost all sense of morality. When he murdered his former mentor, clearly was already devoid of his normal faculties.
Objection.
I refuse to believe that of my brother. Too much time had passed, we can never hope to know more than we do now. Since the alleged will that he penned in his father will appear to have been lost forever. Lord Strongheart, you appear to be in something of a hurry to wrap things up. I wonder why. They time and again during these proceedings that everything you did was in the interest of protecting British law and order, but is that the truth though? That's the thing. Without the Reaper, we could never have achieved the reduction in crime the capital has seen. Right. What about the Inspector Gregson then? And Dr. Wilson. They were no criminals. You used them to achieve your ends. Hello, Joshi? And then you had them killed. And there was nothing fair or just about that. Lord Strongheart, what exactly is it that you're hiding? Yeah, what you're hiding? Will you not quietly withdraw after the translation of your former associate's will? No argument carry weight unless it's supported by evidence, and it would seem that the defense has no more evidence to present. Objection. I hereby order all this court from the proceeding of struck from the record. Objection. I have to present some decisive evidence now, or it's all over. But can I? Yes. My lord. As it happens, the defense does have evidence to present. What? Don't be absurd. There's nothing about a minute from the time. I was on Christmas cabin on Roblox earlier, just chilling waiting for Xmas. You'll be waiting for a long time. 7 months still. At the final hour, that had escaped everyone else's attention. Nonsense! Seven goes by fast. That will reveal the whole truth about this rotten tale. How can you? Decisive? It would appear there's no escaping it now, my lord. Oh gosh, Joshi! What did you do? Joshi, you did it, didn't you? What even killed it though? I think it's a thunderstorm outside. I just heard lightning. I just heard lightning outside. Was this giant lightning storm outside that I just heard? Alright, let's go. Either way, I should be ending the game anyway. The last will and testament, Lord Clint Van Zeke. Ha! A wonderful, astute observation, I'm sure. But in case it had escaped your notice, that document was long lost ago. That's right, it was. Only, I just found it. I have it right here, discovered just moments ago. Impossible, that can't be. Everything that's happened comes back to this will. This document is the key that will unlock the entire mystery. Ugh, he's mad. Oh, this is like the first time I'm seeing that stupid judge making that face. Like that. The ultimate weapon Genshin Asogi obtained has lain undisturbed in the hilt of the sword all these years. Ooh. Barely ate had all day. You guys hear that thunder? I have to work too in a couple of hours, Grubs, and reveal the truth. The signature and seal certainly looks official. My god, it's true! It's my brother's handwriting, there can be no mistake. Yay, yay. I forbid the content of that document from being read out. Do you hear me? I strictly forbid it. Objection. You have no right to do that. You can't do that, my lord. This document could explain everything. That document could literally destroy the meaning of justice in this country. I demand that you hand it to me at once. No. Why? What are you trying to hide? I'm gonna read it. You cannot stop me. Could it be that you already know what's written on this page? What are you implying? Court is adjourned with immediate effect. Clear the courtroom. No! No one's leaving.
Objection.
Do that, my lord, and you suffer a fatal blow as Lord Chief Justice. Forcibly ending a trial without good reason, and not any trial. Close a trial by order of Her Majesty the Queen. But defy the monarch's will is treason. There we have it. Really depend on will that day. It's exactly as the young Japanese said. Read it out, now! You have the right to hear what's in that will, a right and a duty. Well, well, my lord, it would rather appear as still proceeding aren't going to go quite as you hope. You fools! Go ahead, Renos, and read it. The prosecution gives its full support. Well, you're alone. No! For God's sake! No! Read it. Read it out loud. Read it. You cannot stop me. I penned this, my last will and testament. In the final moment before my inevitable and willing death, the hour is 11 p.m. and I sit at my writing desk in my office. My good friend Asogi stands at my shoulder. He has expressed his intent to invoke the dying ritual of the duel, that I may depart this world with honor, an honor of which I am utterly undeserving. The Japanese are truly merciful people. I, Clean Van Ziek, Lord of the Manor of the Van Ziek Estate, hereby confess to the following. I am the killer who has come to be known in the society as the Professor, guilty of 4 counts of murder. I will not here discourse the corruption rife among the aristocracy, which is to me as one of them so apparent. However, 6 months ago, I took the life of a member of the House of Lords at the heart of the depravity. A demon who had habitually sacrificed a common man to further his own interests, abusing his position of power. The law is impotent against such vile avarice. Only a fellow demon can rid society of this menace. That demon was my quarry, upon whom I willingly set my great hound. But though I am a hunter of some experience, I am a poor felon. It seems my guilt was at once recognized by another, and I became subject to his extortion. He held over me the threat of exposing my wicked crime to my beloved wife and brother. Under that threat, I have done this man biting for months now, killing those he demanded I killed. As I watched my former mentor perish before my eyes at the jaws of the hound I commanded, I realized that I had lost the last shred of decency within me and sunk to the level of a wild beast. There is no path back to the light, be it I or my dear friend Asogi who died this night. I am eternally damned. To my extortioner, male Strongheart, may you feel the jaw of the beast at your throat every time you swallow. Scandal. So now we know, yes, Clint Van Ziek was a murderer. But somebody was directing him, naming his victim. His extortioner, Lord Mayo Strongheart. It was you. Prison! Lord Strongheart, a moments ago you claimed that what the court has just heard could destroy justice in this court, but you weren't trying to protect justice at all you were trying to do was to protect yourself! Was conceal the secret of your true nature and the countless lives you've sacrificed up till now. How dare you! It just didn't make sense to me that the third victim, the former Lord Chief Justice, was my brother's benefactor and a man of lofty principles. As I said, Clint had no possible reason to kill the man. But you did, didn't you, Lord Strongheart, to eliminate the threat who stood between you and the office you set your sights on. And so you used your own hunting dog, Lord Clint Van Zig, to take him down. How dare you? It had to be done. What do you mean? Other than Saber's shadow are deep, the arm of the law fails to reach their depths. Crime must be cut off at the root, but the Lord Chief Justice couldn't see that he was weak? Lofty principle, you say, tantamount to cowardice if you ask me. Which is why I took his blade in order to fight crime he was allowing to spread like wildfire. How dare you? By murdering the man? The Reaper, the Professor, the name makes no difference. As I've explained countless times already, it was all done for the furtherance of law and order in London. Why? What a madman. Are you going to legitimize the murder of my father now too? Ah, Genshin Asogi. That was unfortunate. I fully intend to send him back to Japan as we'd agreed. I don't believe you. It was you, wasn't it? You killed him! No, it wasn't me who took your father's life. Then who? On the night following his mock execution, I went to locate him at 3 in the morning with Jigoku. Jigoku did? There had to be a collaborator on the Japanese side to manage Asogi's treatment after his repatriation. Jigoku had fierce ambition, it made him easy to manipulate. 10 years ago, after he stood trial for the destruction of the witness, then I had words with him. When I told him the position of Minister of Foreign Affairs could be his, he couldn't agree fast enough. You fool, Seishiro! As you know, Asogi escaped the prison in a closed casket and was subsequently interred. We intend to dig him out of his grave before he ran out of air. But sadly, all did not go to the plan. There was an unexpected visitor to the cemetery with his own idea about digging up graves. A man who witnessed that what nobody was supposed to see. Enoch Drebber. Of course I knew grave robber frequented London cemetery, but that grave on that particular night? Blast! If people find out the convict wasn't really executed, the scandal will rock the very foundation of the empire. Then what do we do? Shoot him, Mr. Jigoku! Shoot Asogi at once! He can live now! This has happened! He has to go! You had an agreement, you promised him he could return to Japan! Everything has changed now. If the truth got out because of this, both of us would be finished forever! Come on, Jigoku, do it! Pull the trigger! Shoot! Oh wow, so the Japanese judge did it all. Wow, what do we have here? He fled as fast as the leg could carry him. Then Jigoku and I put Asogi's body back in the grave from which he just emerged. On the spot, eh? Later on, of the waxwork model present at the scene as well, I made her swear to two things. Never to remove the professor's mask and never to speak of the event of that night. And with that, the secret was buried along with Asogi's corpse. Well, now you know what really happened in Logate Cemetery that night. He's talking with such a straight face too. You serious? Is he serious? It was Jikoku, your Japanese actor who killed Asogi in the end, you see. Just before Mr. Jigoku left the courtroom earlier. He said that assassin exchanged for sort of a demand from British counterpart, not a request. So you coerced him too, using what happened in the graveyard. By that time, Jigoku was the Minister of Foreign Affairs negotiating international treaty with Britain. You can imagine what would have happened if it came to the light that he murdered a compatriot 10 years ago earlier. He would have lost everything. I merely reminded him of that. How do you sleep at night? Yeah, indeed. These past 10 years I've fought tirelessly with the darker recess of London's criminal underworld. I've used whatever means necessary to ensure that justice prevails and law and order reigns supreme.
Objection.
By being a lawless yourself? That couldn't be further from the truth. The fact is, you haven't fought crime at all. How dare you! I saved Clint Van Zeke from dishonor in his death.
Objection.
While behind the scenes you systematically bury anyone who stood in your way. And then you make my father take the blame. It was unavoidable. It was the only way to protect our justice system of public order, really. Let's not forget the other Yak kill as well. Setting the defendant up as a reaper to cover up the truth behind the murder of countless more. That's enough. Do you have any idea of the conniving that led to the acquittal of those wretched criminals? You have to fight fire with fire. Our courts can't function without a reaper. Can't you see all I've done for this country? This has been my struggle.
Objection.
You've done nothing. Lord Van Zeke here, who worked tirelessly and justly in court while enduring the disgrace of the Reaper name. And Inspector Gregson fraught with anguish for having solely his hand through a desire to do the right thing. Not to mention Genshin Asugi, who risked his life going in pursuit of the truth you try to hide. No, the darker recesses of London underworld were largely filled by you! You little... When will you get through with your thick skulls? That it was all for the Queen and country? I'm tiring that excuse. You've consistently twisted the truth for bargaining power to make others do your bidding, nothing more. People who willingly twist the truth and coerce order have no right to call themselves part of the judiciary. I strongly suggest you don't ever talk of justice again. Take that. You crooked man! Stop shouting, you're still crooked. Oh, that is very reminiscent to the chief police officer. He did the same clap too. Dear me, my good fellows, dear me. A well-deserved round of applause, I think, for a quite marvelous performance. There was delightful great expression, that beautiful pronounced Queen's English. Really, our friends from the Far East are quite the picture of industriousness. What? You fraud, keep your mockery. Please don't misunderstand. It really exactly as you both said. What are you trying to say? I have occupied the darker recess of London's underworld, and how did you put it? Done nothing? I confess it's a little bit embarrassing to have it pointed out quite so starkly, but yes, I really have done nothing, which means I can be indicted for nothing, no? I've committed no crime. You did though. I've only been surrounded by foes who've acted very— What?!
Objection.
You son of a gun. You consistently prey on people's weakness. You did. And what? To threaten them? Are you sure it wasn't just bargaining? What? How dare you? I would like to address all the good lords, ladies, and gentlemen of the judiciary here present. You all know of these darker recesses in our great capital, and deep down I believe you also know. How dare you? That to fight those who dwell there requires at least some of us to occupy the darkness ourselves. So let me appeal to your good sense now. Consider the situation with me. If this catalog of horrifying revelations were to become common knowledge among the 6 million inhabitants, what might happen? Oh, is that your bargaining power? So Lon, the infamous murderer of royal and noble, was a respected member of the aristocracy himself. Oh, so is that where we're going now, huh? How dare you? The Republic was a group of assets managed by Scotland Yard inspectors. And finally, that it was all masterminded by the Lord Chief Justice himself. Yo. All faith in the police and prosecution office be completely lost, without doubts. Completely break down, it will be cast to the lawless date of the last century. Ew! How evil! Well, when 1 in 10 of the population were criminal. Think what we have accomplished since then: a public policing force, a comprehensive set of laws. We must at time occupy the darkness ourselves. How dare you? All these other matters have been discussed. That's disgusting! My lords and ladies and gentlemen, what you say? That is so disgusting. The thing Lord had done is quite unforgivable. But on the other hand, he's an entity to bring law and order in capital, and you can deny that the threat of the Reaper over the 10 years has done wonders for the crime rate. And by fair means or foul, that's all thanks to Lord Strongheart. Yo, people are sympathizing. What? Are you hearing this? This is the will of the British judiciary? For your rousing response, friends, I express my heartfelt gratitude. And therefore, in accordance with the overwhelming wish of the court, the record shall be erased. You have to respect the man's ability to turn the situation to his favor. Lord Strongheart really is a mastermind of manipulation. You've conclusively proven his guilt, yet still he managed to evade justice. I just don't know what we can do. It looks like the trial really is going to come to an end now. I'm almost out of option, I think. There's really only one path left for me, which is... raising objections? Cashew chicken dinner? You!
Take that!
If I dealt with you earlier, we've exposed all the Strongheart's wrongdoing now. I've no doubt that Mr. Shoma already deduced exactly how the truth would unfurl. Chinese or Japanese food? Cashew? It's Chinese. Wow, American Chinese. So I think it must be time for the great detective to take center stage, don't you think? Let's go, Sherlock Holmes! As I remind you, every amount of gentle talk will suffice. Mr. Shom, you're looking in quite the wrong direction, Mr. Naruto, because I'm over here. Aye. Hologram? Delighted to be here again. Seize him, put that man in irons. This is a close court, you've been warned once already. What the? We can get a hold of him? Hologram? We just go through right him. Yeah. I'm afraid your effort are wasted. You see, the great detective you see before you is composed of entire light and shadow, an image if you will. What? How's that work? I must congratulate you on a fine deduction. What on earth is this? Are you familiar, I wonder, with the invention known as telephone? The sound of the speaker voice is converted to an electrical signal transmitted into... Wow. I want a hologram like that. Even, you know, in the 21st century we don't have that. There is some modest experimentation to develop such a device for this day. Modest experimentation? What a modest expression. Someone in Sudan, I thought we might just as well transmit an entire scene. Do you mean to say you're not actually here, Shom? No. Trusty partner would have no trouble grasping the concept, except he's grasping the stand to steady himself after his shock arrival. What is going on here? Leave my courtroom at once, get out, I swear to you. Dear me, you on the other hand, Lord Strongheart, appear to have a very poor grasp of the situation. Allow me to reiterate I'm not here, which would, I hope, lead naturally to one asking, where are you? The very question I was awaiting. I am at the present enjoying the air in a rather splendid garden. A garden? You understand? A garden of Buckingham Palace. He's with the Queen? Do you ever read the news? That's the Queen's place. Well now. With Her Majesty. Her Majesty the Queen of the British Empire. Is Her Majesty the Queen's resident in London, Mr. Naruhodo? Order, I demand immediate silence. Her Majesty the Queen, you can be... Let me know. This is some sort of unforgivable, distasteful trickery by a third-rate detective, that's all. What an apt description. The close court session attended by elite member of the judiciary is a rare event. Swearing words? No. I presume that Her Majesty would be more than a little curious about the procedure. First of all, the swear words we have now, it does not have... Well, I don't know whether it exists back in the 1900s. Everything, from start to finish. You showed her? By dint of the Herlockshom's remote cinematograph. You meddling. This is some kind of nightmare. Just asked me to be standing before you, regaling you with talk of my latest inventions. No doubt you inferred that the reverse is also true. Her Majesty has seen in her every moment of the proceeding. You evil. You're gonna get some sleep, alright dear, you have a good night. Every trial in this country is conducted under the auspice of Her Majesty, as you know. I confess I'm quite impatient to hear Her Majesty's opinion about the unforgivable, distasteful trickery which you be engaged over the past 10 years. I was merely... Sorry to keep you all waiting, Vicky and I... Victoria. Queen Victoria. Vicky and I have so much to talk about. Iris, there you are! In fact, I have a little message from Her Majesty. A message? Well then, if everyone is sitting comfortably, Forthwith and with immediate effect, all authority previously afforded to Mayo Strongheart is hereby revoked forevermore. Furthermore, he will be prosecuted for crimes against his country in a public trial by jury in the coming days. Though it seems that Her Majesty doesn't believe we need to fight fire with fire. Justice in this country needn't be administered from the shadow at all. Oh gosh, someone is getting prosecuted. The darkness you fostered to conceal your despicable action these last 10 years is a thing of the past now. After today, you're sentenced by the Queen herself. Your brand of Lord and Order has no future because no longer are you the Lord Chief Justice. In the eyes of the law and of Her Majesty the Queen, you are nothing but a criminal! Adjourn, adjourn, adjourn! Oh, he broke his scepters. Wow, that thing is so heavy in guilt, the entire balance of the system fell. Wow. Whoa, whoa! The other yard is still sore? What vaccine? COVID? Yo, this scene is so damn strong. Gunshot wound? Lord Clemency left a will in which he confessed to everything. Didn't get a cold this time? No. He deranged me completely. I knew I must do anything and everything in my power to contain the situation. When I couldn't find a damn document, I searched his cell, but it wasn't there. Which precipitated the jailbreak plot, I presume. The COVID vaccine feels sick for 3 weeks. Vaccine can be really painful? Yes, it can. The need to think what will That wood was all consuming. I was sure that if I facilitated Asogi's escape, he would emerge with the wheel somewhere on his person. But despite searching his limp body in the cemetery that night, it still eludes me. Giving a shot is a small pinch, but that's not all at all what happened. I mean, it really depends on the individual. Some individual are like, less likely getting. It really depends also on how stressed you are. If you clench your fist too much, then it might hurt a little bit. You really have to be relaxed all about it, which is not an easy thing for a lot of person. I mean, I personally, I don't feel it too much, honestly. Maybe a little bit of soreness and that's all, but never intense enough for me to feel anything on a longer period of time. So I never even crossed my mind that was concealed in the Swords Hill. Of course. Well, here we have it. Conclusion. What pains me now is that my brother left this world without a word to me. He did have. I'm sorry, Lord Ben Zeke. In point of fact, I think perhaps that isn't the case. Because the doctor told me I'll get it from previous, so should I ever get one again? I feel bitter regret for my younger brother, Barak. You have always looked up to me, and now you follow in my footsteps to become a prosecutor. It is my fervent wish that my unspeakable deeds should not hinder your advancement. I ask not for understanding, for none could understand my depravity. I ask only for forgiveness. Asogi is a fine detective and hunter worthy of respect. He has agreed to honor my final two wishes. The first is that this document survive. The second I cannot commit to paper. I have confessed my sins to my wife. May she find resolution in my death. With my eternal gratitude to my Japanese friend, I rest my quill. Clean Van Zeke. Clint! Male Strongheart, you colluded with Seishiro Jigoku in a criminal plot so immense it spanned the oceans, and you cold-heartedly murdered all those who knew the truth about what happened 10 years ago. But why did you set about that now, a whole decades later? Wow. To ascend to the very peak. These last tenure made me realize that being the Lord Chief Justice wasn't enough. Short of becoming a Majesty Attorney General, I could have no real power to effect the change needed in this country. And for that promotion, I needed to ensure no remnants of the past remained. How could you? I like everything to run smoothly in the exact same manner that I prescribed, like a well-oiled machine. Wow. And I was just a step away. How dare you? And for your ambition to succeed, did you even bother to count the number of brilliant people you had killed? Oh my. Ah, Mr. Reaper, are you not forgetting something? You have very much adopted your usual prosecutor-like demeanor in the proceeding now. But the reality of the situation is that you are the defendant in this trial. Oh? However, the presiding judge will appear to have fallen from the bench as it were. May I suggest therefore that we trust the final adjudication to an old friend? My lord! Ah, the judge. The normal judge has a member of the judiciary. I've been following the proceeding from the gallery, and I must say, I shan't ever forget the extraordinary battle between good and evil that I witnessed here today. Oh my goodness. Not guilty, thank you. The darkness that has blighted justice in our land these past 10 years has at last been dispelled, thanks in no small part to the effort of a bright young star from the east. Defense Council Naruhodo! Oh, it feels good, right? Justice is won. On behalf of everyone here present at the Old Bailey, I give you my heartfelt thanks. The first time I faced you in court just under a year ago now, I had the faintest of intimations that if British justice so warped and twisted over its long history of finding to no change, it was through you? This might just be the man to do it. But at the time, I wouldn't allow myself to acknowledge the possibility I couldn't overcome my hatred of the Japanese after the circumstances of my brother's death. Mr. Naruhodo, allow me to apologize for the countless discourtesy on my part. You are a lawyer of boundless talent. Oh, Lord NZ! When I first arrived in Great Britain, I was literally a nobody, certainly not a lawyer. The truth is, my fortune have entirely been made by miraculous people I've met. My best friend Kazuma Asogi, who led me here to Britain in the first place. My loyal ever-patient judicial assistant Miss Susato, who I started to become a lawyer. The brilliant Lord Van Zik, who never failed to challenge his Nipponese rival. And not to mention the exceptional master of logic and reasoning who showed me the true art of deduction, Mr. Sholmes. Saving the best for last, Mr. Naruhodo, what a relief. I'm well aware that without all these people's help and support, I wouldn't be here where I am today. The truth is a guiding light that always leads to happiness, really. Some truth do lead to bitterness. I live by the principle for a time now, but actually it's not true. The truth can also cause great pain, there you go. Sometimes even leave people on the brink of despair. And for that reason, there are those who feel the need to hide the truth, who do it instinctively even. But as soon as we allow our eyes to settle on something other than the truth, the darkness takes hold. And from there it grows until eventually it makes us blind to the guiding light of the truth altogether. That's also the truth. So that's why it is my belief that we must all resolve never to avert our eyes from what is just and true. So that we can continue to walk the straight and narrow path ahead. Okay, okay. I get it. Do you get it, Joshi? Stop lying. Must excuse myself now. Before I go, Mr. Let me compliment you on your grand office. Without your beautifully composed case against Lord Strong, our measures would have been unable to act. Thanks to you and your fellow, the haunting undertones corrupting British justice systems have been silenced. Thank you very much. Till our path crosses again. I mean, there's still no like the Great Ace Attorney 3, so maybe eventually, who knows? For sure we shall meet again here in the courtroom before long, Prosecutor Barrett Van Zik. In conclusion to this proceeding, I hereby declare the defendant Barrett Van Zik not guilty. Finally, that was a long drawn out case. Long ass case. So long. Crazy long. Court is adjourned! Finally. Wow. Nope. You will still lie, Joshi. You will still lie and then, you know, go to the darkness. Always speak the truth. Learn from this game. It really is, but did I sacrifice too much? Maybe. I really must congratulate you. It was a truly remarkable, splendid performances. Honestly, I'm gonna be happy for you. But I really couldn't have done it without you at my side through it all, Miss Susato. Joshi, stop lying. You did steal Ali's underwear, right? Oh, Kai won't mean so much to me. It really was a splendid show, that Naruhodo. I have thought you'd be smiling from years ago, but you look rather glum. You did! Of course, I'm delighted about the verdict. You has none? You stole it! But in exposing the truth, I'm afraid I've caused my client a great deal of pain. I'm really not sure that's what a lawyer ought to be doing. You have none because you sold it on eBay. Amazon. That kid. Shoes? She doesn't wear any shoes. For sure that when you see Lord Van Zig's smiling face, everything will seem much better. Well, that's not a smiling face. Smile! God damn it! Mr. Sato, everything seems worse. He has a face like thunder. I really should not presume. Yeah. Almost a year's been now since I first encountered you here in very courtroom. Now I've fallen in love with you. Is that what it is? For you to have risen to the level of excellence you demonstrated today, well, it's quite remarkable. But I exposed the most unpalatable truth you could ever have imagined in court today. I feel as though I've robbed you of something you held so dear. Oh wow. What was it he said? To fight those who dwell in the darkness require at least some of us to occupy the darkness ourselves. But that was just the feeble excuse of a coward. Only those with a steadfast eyes for the truth have what it takes to fight the dark forces of crime. You made a fine work of establishing that fact in court today. Well, thank you. What magnanimous word! I'm quite sure that Kazuma-sama would have smiled on his face at this very moment if he were here. He's also not. No one is smiling. Jeepers Creeper move for lethal weapon? I mean, Jeepers Creeper? Gross. There's another face like thunder here. Why is everyone not smiling? No, it's not. Be great at best. Or curse me, you failed to bring down the Reaper. I owe you an apology. No, it is I who should apologize. Oh, these two grown-ass men is gonna apologize to each other like that and then be getting all cuddly. Gross. Gross. Your father, Genshin. If I'd been stronger, then perhaps. I made an unforgivable error of judgment. I can offer no excuse. And I can offer no forgiveness. That said, I suppose you fought for justice and the truth. For that at least I can withhold respect. Your words mean more to me than you could know. I will hold them dear. Oh wow. Godzilla! I must say, there's one thing that's still bothering me. What's that? The will that Lord Klein Van Zig wrote before his duel with my father. What is it? Worthy of respect, he has agreed to honor my final two wishes. The first is that this document survive. The second cannot be committed to paper, right? My eternal gratitude, my Japanese friend, I rest my quill. Queen Van Zeke. So what's the second will? Your father agreed to honor you, me? Shed some light on that? What? What do you know? It was 10 years ago, as you know, the day before the execution was scheduled. I went to the prison to say my farewells to Genshin. Okay, and... And? Why aren't you putting up more of a fight, Genshin? I should play FF7? I've been playing quite a bit, Josh. Yeah, I already finished the game. What is wrong with you? You did not see me finish the game? Now I'm in hard mode already. And I did it last stream. You weren't there, so... Forgot? You weren't there! I was doing hard mode already. I'm replaying the game again. In hard mode. In fact, I finished the game a couple of streams ago. And you weren't there! I'm already in 140 hours into the game now. Moving through this already. Ali can attest. So no, I should not be playing more FF7. Something of great importance, and that is... I've been skipping through all the cutscenes. I mean, because I already have the cutscenes shown in the normal mode. So if you want to see all those cutscenes, you can, you know, go and see my normal playthrough. I did not skip any cutscene. At least the story mode cutscene, I did not skip any of it. I mean, I also did not skip the cutscene in the side quest, but side quest is also one of those things that I did not, you know, all shown during my playthrough. I mean, I did not skip cutscene where it's the romantic dating part, because the first playthrough I was going with Aerith, and now I'm going with Tifa. So there's like 2 dating scenes, one in chapter 8 and one in chapter 12, which is I'm not there yet. I believe in end of chapter 9, I believe. Yeah, I should be at the end of chapter 9. I'm going into chapter 10. So 10 would be Cosmos Canyon, and then after that we will go into Nibelheim, which are 2, you know, dreaded, well, a couple of dreaded bosses. You know, from now on it's gonna be hard bosses anyway, but there are some like very gimmicky bosses in chapter 9 especially, with the Gin attack, and also with Vincent Valentine fight. Maybe with the Yin and Yang too in the chapter 11 Nibelheim fight. That's gonna be hard. And after that it's all the way to... Yeah, and Zelda in FF7? No. Lady of the Gentry. She's not in a good way, and she's with a child. The birth is imminent. As a medical man, I'd like you to attend to her. Please, you are her only hope. And by any chance is the child yours, Genshin? Don't be daft. It's a favor that was asked of me by a man I knew as his dying wish. My goodness. I swore to the man that I would help, that I would do whatever I could for his wife and his unborn child. But if something should happen to me, I need to ask you to the same favor. You're the only person I know that I can truly rely on. Wow. You never know though, do you? What life will bring. Oh, are we talking about Iris? So, Iris... This is a favor I'm asking of you, and when only you, Yujin. So Iris is actually Clint Van Zeke's daughter? That very night I caught a train from Paddington to Dartmoor in Devon. I found the old house in the middle of nowhere. It was an old hunting hound laid asleep in the ground. The poor woman on the floor at the back of a darkened room. She was in mortal danger. I broke her water to precipitate the labor before she weakened further, but it was a torturous birth. I did everything humanely possible for her and her child. I was lucky enough to welcome a new life into the world. But tragically, the mother died too. My efforts to save the mother's life were in vain. I held the healthy newborn girl in my arm and wept for her, longer than I care to remember. Oh, that's so sad. Eventually, in something of a daze, I looked around the room. There was a precious little in it, but an old travel trunk caught my eyes. Baskerville. It had recently been well known after over the years, made of top quality leather with fine stitching. But it was when I saw the emblem on the side of that everything dropped into places. Baskerville. The woman was the wife of Lord Clint Van Zeke? Yes, that's right. The newborn was his daughter. That makes no sense. Why on earth wouldn't Clint have entrusted the child to my care in that case? I was completely unaware that he even had a daughter. I suppose he didn't really have any choice. Your brother said that he confessed everything to his wife, so she must have been beside herself with worry for her child. If the true identity of the professor were ever meant to be made public, the girl would be forever branded as the daughter of the infamous mass murderer. Was to distance the young girl from Van Zeke family as much as possible. I don't believe it! Lord Clint Van Zeke made the obvious choice. He would have thought to himself, this Japanese man here is someone I can trust. Where's that daughter? That would be Iris Wilson. Well, I honor my promise to Genshin, of course. However, only a month later, I was summoned back to Japan, and without disclosing the parentage of the child, I couldn't obtain permission to take her with me. How awful. So you leveled with Sholmes? Is that what it is? I asked him he would be a father to her. Not being Mr. Sholmes. He has a heart of gold, he does. To give her a name. When I come to Britain, I was trying to escape from the grief of losing my darling one. So it was her name that I gave the little girl. Iris? Ayame Mikotoba. That's right, Ayame. Or in English, Iris. This little just pinched me in the back through my trouser pocket. Can you hear me, Mr. Sholmes? Is that you? Ouch! You see what excessive tugging can do? Let that be a lesson to you. Mamma mia. Your checkmate move was a stroke of genius. Indeed it was, wasn't it? I surpassed it myself. I feel I have become apparent to me to stop the Lord Chief injustice will require such measures. Bruno, Susie! Majesty Queen Vicky says she thought my special blend was delicious. No one brew a more delicious dish than you do, Iris. Let's have a party to celebrate Mr. Reaper. Yusumi must come too. Oh, she's inviting Uncle over there. You're sleepy? Go to sleep, Joshi. Lost about 10 years old girl again. Oh, Pooh. I give you my word that I shall present myself at your residence in the near future to express my gratitude. Oh, wow. Promise now I won't let you forget. Bye for now. Alright, Iris. So the uncle. Again? One final pinch goodbye, was it? Oh, now he's smiling. I think I ought to be leaving. Lord Van Zieg, would you care to accompany me? Certainly. Wow. Mr. Naruhodo, allow me at once again to express my deep gratitude to you. I believe you saved my life. Aww. What are you intending to do now, though? Be the Lord Chief of Justice? I shall have to resign from the prosecutor's office. I intend to publicize the true truth about the Professor case. Once that's done, the Van Zieg family will be ostracized completely from London society. So as soon as I'm free from my employment, I shall leave the capital. Don't be a fool. Are those the action of a man one's fear has the mighty reaper of the Bailey? I beg your pardon? For the past 10 years, you've endured the pseudonym of being cast as one of the dark forces yourself. Now that you've finally been freed from that disrepute, your battle is just beginning, surely. Well, I certainly never expected to hear those words from your lips. I waited a very long time to come to London. Now I'm properly here and intend to learn all that I can. Anyway, goodbye for now. Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Kazumasogi seems as though he's really mature suddenly, huh? He's not the only one who's mature, Mr. Naruhodo. I did too, right? I grown 10 inches. So tall. That was a long case too, right? Do you agree, PDB? About my future, which is? I'm home! Edie! About time you got here, you've been waiting for ages, Oro, and just heard about further kill Gregson. Yeah. It's a party in it. He doesn't have the beard of that, you know, Seishiro. He's also not Japanese. Alright, give me a second, I need to be. Back. You are so arrested. Sentence. You have to reload that thing every time. You must really hear this. It's quite the most extraordinary thing. Yes, way. I assure you, it will defy your expectation. Take down every town now, Mikotoba. Would you care to hazard a guess? Where do you suppose the fiendish runaway had concealed himself? Would you believe? Inside the trunk I found abandoned in his cabin. I would believe it, yes. He was there. I detect not a hint of surprise. Because I was there, I wonder why that is, Maybe because I was there at the scene as well? Sholmes. What? You were? Then why the deuce didn't you say so before? Oh no, not quite the same. I was fixating to hold the whole question. It's hard to not feel privileged to see it. Mr. Shom, Miss Professor Mikotoba, I'm finally back from the bathing. Now I'm not choosing a feast prepared by Aris and Miss Susato awaits. I must say, I haven't seen Susato looking so happy in a very long time. Bruno, there you are! Time to fill me boots? Alright. Goodness, is that really true, Gina? I'm losing my copper glove or going back at what I know best. It's a diver's life for me. Leaving the police force? Why? The boss ain't around no more, so... And anyway, no matter how hard I try, the Reaper ain't never gonna accept a diver turned dick, is he? People can change, you know? Ah yes, that reminds me. I rather thoughtfully offer to relieve the baby from this now defunct piece of evidence. Inspector Pocket Watch at Chronicles reattach. Pride and joy, a symbol of his great achievement at Scotland Yard. For 10 years without fail, it measured every second of the man's remarkable career. It stopped. Someone needs to keep the memory of Inspector Gregson's career alive. Winding that watch every single day. Equally fierce detective spirits. You should, Gina! It's gotta be me, there no one else. Gina, I mean after all, the boss was... Well, he was my boss. Oh wow. Someone has a... affection towards the boss. Is that what I call a loving heart? 100 years? No one would keep Joshi 100 years. I would just send him, you know, in a container and ship somewhere. Never to be found again. No one can get you there, you're not gonna eat anything there too. Not entirely sure that would be appropriate, no. It might be best to, well, think I'd like you to forget that promise, Skinny, eh? Well, obviously I've always wondered about who my real daddy is. Of course I have. I wanted to know where I've come from. I thought it might tell me something about yourself. But I've caused such a lot of trouble trying to find out for so many people. Hurley, Bruno, Professor Mickey. Mickey? You gonna eat penguins? Penguins? Gross. My daddy is the greatest in the world. I don't think it matters what his name is or where he's from. Don't you agree? Really? With every word, Iris. Thank you, Hurley. Thank you, Daddy. Wow. I think Mikotoba is the daddy? I think that I ought to express my gratitude to you. For 6 years, you and I solved many mysteries together, and during that time, I remember countless expressions of gratitude for our good services. But a moments ago, I heard the most pleasing expression of gratitude of them all, Daddy, right? I should never have experienced it. Were it not for you, you old softy! But I must confess, it's a weight off my mind to hear you say it. Well then, I think this called for a lengthy violin recital, wouldn't you say? Oh well. The food will go cold, that's the only problem. Maybe next week, Hurley? Are you sure a week is long enough, Iris? Wow. I think she knows. But she decided, you know what? Sherlock Shom is the one who raised her, so he should be the daddy, right? Even though he's not the biological one. Still daddy nonetheless. With my greatest family. Wow. Naruhodo Legal Consultancy. That's been my home and office for almost a year now. I've certainly had some unforgettable experience while I live here, but I think now the time has come. Time to bid this place farewell. Naruhodo? Professor! Are you alone? I didn't hear any sound from Susato's room. Susato went out after dinner. She took a carriage. Something about an important matter she needed to take care of. Ah. I wanted to thank you for what you did earlier. I mean, when the subject of her father came out, made up my many years never to tell her who her real father is. It's what was agreed with Genshin after all. I've had to take some rather drastic steps at times to protect that secret, you know. Calling Susato back to Japan 6 months ago, for example. When I read Soseki-san's report about his final day in London, my heart nearly stopped. You stumble across the crux of that terrible case, the dog's collar. The Hound of Baskerville, right? Baskerville. That's what it is. If you decided to investigate an insignia, sooner or later you have made a connection with Seek. Of course I would. I'm intelligent. And to make matter worse, Susato knew of the unpublished story as well. The story that I was based on my notes from the time. It was a work of fiction based on the grim reality of a huge beast of a dog being used as a murder weapon, a dog with a Baskerville family emblem around its neck. But you're sure that I don't feel good, so go to sleep, Joshi. What's wrong with you? I don't think you'll be missing anything at all. I mean, I already got the non-guilty verdict. Now it's like blah blah blah. Wrapping up, you know, loose ends and stuff. So I invented the story about having collapsed to justify leaving London and returning to Japan. I mean, I should end the stream very soon anyway. After all the blah blah loose ends, you know, getting wrapped up. Is what Susato came across a manuscript in Japan, though. You know, Iris the Hound of Baskerville story, I mean. Alright, have a good night, Joshi. Shom sent it to me. That was before Susato left Japan. He was very troubled about what should be done about it, you see. I read it and carelessly left it on my desk, which is where Susato came across it, of course. It was the only case Shom and I ever pursued that I didn't record in meticulous detail. I was stunned when I discovered that young Iris has pieced together so much of it from my paltry note. Shom and I discussed the matter and decided we couldn't allow the story's publication. At that point, I returned the manuscript by post to Shom for safekeeping. Then you should have kept it at Japan instead of you sending it back, right? But at the same time, she knows about it, so you need to send it back. Okay? Because Shomza had told me how astute she become. However, having witnessed the event in court today, I must say my opinion has somewhat shifted. The time will come for Iris to know the truth, and when it does, well, I believe it will be for the best. Well, I guess you should tell the truth, right? Actually, Professor, I wanted to talk to you about something too, which is... I'll say you've come to a decision, have you? Not going back to Japan? I have. I will be returning with you to Japan! Wow, okay, are you quite sure? I'm really only here as a substitute for Kazuma, but he's here in Britain now, as originally intended. Locum student Naruhodo doesn't really have a right to stay, I think. Looking back now, when I first arrived here in February... Oh, that's why he said it's time to go. My becoming a lawyer just seems to be the way things turns out. Mr. Shomo gently pushing me in that direction. I guess we need a Minister of Foreign Affairs and a presiding judge back in Japan too, since the other judge killed people, so he was sentenced in England. I spent the best part of a year immersed in this world, but always aware of a seed of doubt inside me, which is until today. Standing in that courtroom earlier, all doubts vanished from my mind. I was totally focused. I was sure of my belief in my client, and I was sure I could see the trial through. And at the end of it, I finally realized no one else chose this path for me. I chose it myself. The path of a defense lawyer, eh? That's what I am now. That's what I'll be going back with you to Japan as, and that's the path I'll be following for the rest of my life. Sounds like you make quite a resolution here. I have. Wow, so sure. I must say, it's extremely welcome news. I shall make arrangements for your return first thing tomorrow, but I don't imagine we'll depart for a few days. Not with the symposium having been cancelled now, such a shame. I'm sure there'll be another opportunity in the future. Well then, I'll bid you good night. Oh, Susato! I just wanted to let you know I'm back. Did you hear what your father and I were discussing? Oh my. I'm sorry I did, yes. I couldn't help, but... How much did you hear? Well... From the part about his real father, I think. In other words, from the beginning. So you made your mind. Yep. I made up my mind. You return to Japan and continue working as a defense lawyer over there? Yes. I did want to earlier this evening actually, but you're already gone out. That's quite alright. I already knew that it's what you decided, Naruhodo. You did! I've been observing you. 1 million Starhugs? Nay. You should still work around it. Almost there. About, 630,000. No, you can make it. Never. I suppose it's not gonna be fair. Oh, she's gonna stay here with Kazuma. You'll be great help to Kazuma going forward. He's a brilliant lawyer, but he's new to the British courtroom and certainly benefit greatly having a brilliant judicial assistant at his side. I'll do my very best. I wish I could say it, but I just can't. I can ask her to come with me. After all, she was always supposed to be coming to Britain as Kazuma's assistant. Oh, come on, just say that you love her. We should both try to get some sleep. I'm sure you must be exhausted after today. Before I retire, let me just say one more time. You really were quite splendid in court today, so if you ask me, Anyone who thinks of you as a substitute or locum student should be ashamed of themselves. Aw. Thank you. Aw, just say you love her! Kiss! Oh, what is that? Come on! Ali, can we give those two a push or something? Come on. Port of Dover, Quayside. This day finally come. You're really leaving then, Runo. I am, I'm afraid so, Iris. Thank you so much. I don't know what I'll do without your wonderful cooking and delicious tea. I wish you weren't going, but you have to come back and visit. There's a new Splatfest again? Oh, really? And what's gonna be? When is it gonna be? First of all, and second of all, what is gonna be this time, choices? Is this gonna be Ali versus Joshi versus DM? Well, wow, at least it felt like old time, huh? Old timer. There's something to be said for it, having a little fun once in a while. May 17, so the week after. And of course I'll be working that week, right? Why wouldn't I? Right after extra, right? So on the 10 on extra, and then the week I'll be working during the Saturday and Sunday will be Splatfest. Of course, why not? Sleep versus fun versus study? Is that a Twitter post? Couldn't you use translate? Or X? I shouldn't say Twitter anymore. Susato!
Susato-san.
Oh.
I've just checked, Naruhodo-san. Your luggage is already on board. Such a beautiful morning. Perfect for embarking on a journey, isn't it?
Before I set off, I'd just like to say how thankful I am for everything you've done for me.
Such a youthful voice too. I can never get used to the voiceover in this game.
And give my warmest regards to Kazuma, please.
Actually, I think you ought to give him your regards in person, don't you?
Sorry?
Ryunosuke.
Kazuma! What are you doing here?
You were wrong? What were you wrong about?
Do you really think I'd miss my best friend's departure?
Thanks. To be honest, I'd been looking forward to our wild time tearing up the streets of Her Majesty's capital, but
It's what if the world were to end tomorrow? Would you consider living as normal versus do everything you want? Wait, what? Find a way to survive. Oh gosh, what is with the apocalypse
Well,
here?
we'll
That
have to
seems
save
like the
that for another time.
You know what that reminds me? Chaos versus Order. But that cannot be the final Splatfest, right? It doesn't say anyway it's the final Splatfest.
Personally, I'm looking forward to facing you in court again.
me too. But we're both defense lawyers, so
I'm going to become a prosecutor.
Prosecutor?
I'll stay in Lord Van Zeek's tutelage for the time being, but before long, I intend to be just as formidable as the Reaper himself.
oh, I see.
Actually, Ryunosuke, I have a favor to ask.
I feel like with the final they would be making a huge deal about it. Yeah, well, it doesn't say anyway, so they're not making a huge deal. But even Chaos versus did they make a huge deal about Chaos versus Order? I don't remember. The final
I'd like
Splatfest
you
will take place.
to take care of this for me for a while.
Karuma.
Karuma? Why?
Because I've seen it now. I've seen what's inside me. The demon that reared its ugly head that day. It was only for the briefest of moments.
Yeah,
The
you did
last
cut
time I came
Griggs.
face to face with that inspector, but it was unmistakable. I wanted to kill him. I've always known there are demons that live inside people. And now I know there is one in me. The fact that it very nearly consumed me is something I'll carry with me until the end of my days, while I devote my life to fighting those whose demons have got the better of them.
When they announced Splatoon Final Fest?
So, that's what you've resolved to do, is it?
I mean, it was special. It was memorable because of the giant killer whale thing.
Until
On the
I'm
map.
ready to face the demon within me, to slay it once and for all. I leave this in your care, if you'll take it.
The Princess Whale or something? What was it called already?
Always.
I mean, I hope that they've been doing something like that
Until
for
we meet again,
Splatoon,
then.
Splatoon 3
You have
Final
your path to
Splatfest.
follow, and I have mine.
I mean, so far it's uninspiring a little bit. All the Splatfest so far. And part of it, like I said, you know, I believe I've said it once, it's because, you know, we don't have any customized map. Like really for the Splatfest. Instead of, you know, just doing Splatfest map, they just went on and do the normal map and change it a little bit, that's it. Which is a shame. And even for the tricolor, it's the same thing. So it doesn't feel that much special because of that. I mean, people already have their own tactic about how to go around the map, a certain map and stuff. So they are nothing new, so to speak, with their play style around it. In Splatoon 3, instead of Splatoon 2's custom map. And that's why I like, you know, the only tricolor Splatfest I like was the Link one, the Zelda one, because of the, you know, custom map. You know, I bet it wasn't a very simple one, like a triangle, triforce, but still it was more memorable than any other
I
one
wonder
for me.
if I might follow it at your side, and unless I'd be a burden.
I wonder if I'm gonna follow it by your side. Sure, what?
I mean, I would very much like you to come with me. But aren't you?
You're so predictable, Ryunosuke.
I am?
Honestly, you never change at all. But that's what I like about you.
You mean you knew about this?
It was the evening after Lord Van Zeek's trial came to an end. She came to see me at the prosecutor's office.
Really? And when I had that conversation with Professor Mikotoba.
So, you'd go with Ryunosuke back to Japan?
Yes, I know it's unfair of me to follow my own interests like this.
Coming here especially to tell me. You're a stickler for etiquette, aren't you? Well, what are his feelings?
We've never discussed it, of course, and Naruhodo-san has made no such suggestion. I worry that perhaps I'd be a burden to him.
Oh
He's
wow.
just as much of a stickler for etiquette as you are. He'd never say anything before he was asked.
I knew it! Ali, give them two a push or something. They're meant for each other's.
But I'd feel happy knowing you were with him. Look out for him on my behalf, will you?
Of course.
Aww.
Susato-san.
What do you think, Naruhodo-san?
With you by my side, no trial would seem too daunting. So if you're willing, I'd be honored if you'd come with me. Together we can take on the world.
Aw, take on the world. That was like such a, you know,
But if
big
you're happy,
concept too.
I'd be
Back in the
delighted.
day, I feel like compared to nowadays, you know, with traveling, it's made so much easier. Back in the day, they were only boat. It would take like days and days just to travel from one end to the others. Like 50 days, they said, and it was quick because it would take more than 100 days before to go from Japan to all the way to Great Britain. So in the period it was set in, it was like 50 days or something. They said. Imagine now we can travel from Japan to England in a matter of a couple of hours.
Oh, no, not at all. If anyone's terribly
So the world might seem, to the people much bigger. Let alone visiting another country that's far, far off away on the other side of the ocean, right?
Ah!
What's wrong?
Your luggage, Susato-san. There's no time. The ship's going to set sail any minute now.
It's all right. There's no need to worry. As it happens, my luggage is already on board too.
It is?
You
Your
sneaky.
fine judicial assistant has everything in hand as always, I see.
Boom.
Bruno, your ship's about to leave.
Time to go then. Look after yourself, Ryunosuke.
Oh wow.
Kazuma, draw your sword.
Draw your sword? To the sunrise? Oh, I have the Karuma. What sword does it have?
When our paths cross once more, we'll fight a duel of words across the courtroom. A day I eagerly await as a lawyer.
I've been waiting to hear you say that, partner.
Two swords?
Don't forget me then, Kazuma.
As if I could, Ryunosuke.
Ryunosuke!
And Mr. Sholmes, thank you so much. I'm very much indebted to you.
Aww.
Indeed, Mr. Naruhodo. I believe you are.
I'll never forget all you've done for me during my time in London.
Quite. I should like to think you will remember your debt of gratitude. Especially when I visit you in your country. What? The truth is, although many are ignorant of the fact, the world is far smaller than most folk realize.
Well, I'd be delighted if you came to Japan one day.
Oh yes, we'd welcome you with open arms, Mr. Sholmes. Oh, that sounds wonderful! I can't wait!
In that case, let us conclude that this is to be merely a brief parting, my dear fellows.
Aww.
And that brings us to the end of my adventures in Great Britain.
Well, go away.
A peculiar twist of fate brought me halfway around the world those many months ago. But that was just the start of my journey. Who knows where fate will lead me next?
Interesting, isn't it?
I'm confident this won't be my last meeting with the friends I've made in London. And when we're together again, no doubt the first words I'll hear will be,
Come, the game is afoot.
Game is a food? What?
The ship with our friends from the east.
Oh my
sailed
gosh,
to
Tiger, you're so
the
noisy.
distant
You woke up?
horizon. But Sholmes' face was alight with joy.
Times may change, but a steadfast friendship will remain true, Wilson.
We have but to
You
gently
woke
close
up
our eyes,
now?
and we
Have a
are
good
our
sleep.
companions
Boo-boo.
once
Once
more.
more.
Have a good sleep.
So, I do just that.
Yeah.
And when I do, I can hear his strong, familiar voice ring
What are you
out.
doing? You have been quite naughty.
Until we meet again.
You're naughty, kitty. Keep waking everyone up. Funny. You're vocal, aren't you? Looking for all the affection and whatnot, huh? Right in the morning. That's what a kitty does. 5 a.m. in the morning, you have to wake every single person up perfectly. Not right? Yeah? You know you are. You know you are, Tiger. Alright, so the credit rolls. I'll let it roll. I mean, it's a little bit past my time, but that's fine. I can take a shower and go to work after that. It's after work. So that might make him cry too. He'd rather not use it. Oh. What is it, Tiger, So cuddly, Tiger. Are you purring? The scratchies? Oh, is that why he retired from the courtroom? Oh gosh, you have so much hair. Now, I keep brushing, but you have so much hair still. You have hair, you're shedding like crazy, Tiger. Why do you have so much hair? Why do you have so much hair, Tiger? You're shedding like crazy. Oh gosh. So much hair. You're so fluffy. What is this? Hair flying all over the place. Tiger, you have too much hair. You know you do have too much hair. Aye. That's my laps, your work. Ah, that's your butt. Gross. Don't show me your butt. I don't want to lick your butt. No, I don't want to lick your butt. I mean, Gregson's dead anyway. Gregson's dead. Deader than dead. Oh, pfft. Forgot about that prosecutor. Ouchie. A regular legal team? That's my controller. What? Look at all those hairs on my pants. Your hairs. This. Look at this hair. So much hair. Look at this, what you do. What did you do? Look at this on my pants. Well, she's in prison. I'm not a corpse yet, am I? Ew, you wanna cut up your mother? Oh, she's glad. Oh, you're back again, hairbrain. But what have I done? I was so excited to pick this splendid hotel. Now I can afford the bill. No, Ali, you pay for the bill. No? Well, he cannot pay for it. Oh, Madame Tussbell. Wait for reproduction of there's nothing which Tussbell would not do. It's my hand. Yeah, I did not cheat. I did not touch another cat. You can smell it. You can smell it, see? I did not touch another cat. You're the only one. Why are you in prison? I mean, I understand the other two one, but why are you in prison? I guess, you know, for posing as an inspector. I guess. The other two did a fraud thing, so I guess that's why they're in prison. Is that what it is? Here's all over the place, Tiger. Yeah? Look. Nose book. Nose book. Nose book. Book my nose. Yeah, we have like 50 days, Susato. Grace Ace Attorney, wow. Is that the end? Oh, that was a nice picture. There's also the Neko over here. There's one Neko. You're Neko. You're Neko, Tiger. Who's a Neko? Are you a Neko? You're a cattle. Mark Oda. Who are these people? Claire Morgan, Ben Deary, Robert Vernon. A lot of people. It's finally game over. It is. Well, what? You don't like me picking on your fur? Hmm? You only like stroking? It's like gagging so badly when I pick on his fur, just a little bit. Like this. Just pinching on the fur, not even on his skin. Like I don't like that. So ticklish. What will be for Wednesday? Probably another game. We're gonna see. Do you have any suggestion, PDB? I mean, first of all, it's probably gonna be double. I'll be going back to double Splatoon. At least, well, maybe for the next month. You might have one? Sure, go ahead. Because I need to catch up a little bit. We're already in month of May. I have not finished my catalog. So I do intend to finish my catalog. So I'll be doubling the effort of finishing my catalog. All the way to 100 before I, you know, move to another game. That might, I don't know how long it will take. But, you know, hopefully doubling on Splatoon Day will, you know, make me get the catalog full by the end of May, because that's when the next season is gonna come. So there's that. But I mean, if you do have any suggestion and stuff, you can make it. You're gonna say Mario Maker, I'm gonna say. Or Smash Bros. Capcom. Da-da-da-da. Skyward Sword. Skyward Sword? It's true that I have never streamed it. And of all the Zelda though, I believe Skyward Sword is my least favorite. But that was simply because of the gimmicky things about it. You know, using the Wiimote. You have to cut certain things, you know, like this or like that. It was too gimmicky for me. The Wiimote. I never play well, there's an HD version. I never played the HD version, that's for sure. I never got to, you know. But that was like the least I like. Simply because of the control. They might have, you know, change it for the ports and stuff. I finished the game! Are you happy, Tiger? Finished the game! The game, Tiger! Don't bite me. Ocarina of Time. While I do like Ocarina of Time, I feel like so many people play Ocarina of Time. Like there's so many iterations of it already. It's a classic, I know. Like pretty much like Majora's Mask and stuff. I do personally feel like Ocarina of Time is a little bit overrated. By a little bit. I'm trying to get on it. Get out! Out you go! Out! much hair? Yeah. How can a cat have so much hair? But yeah. It is indeed a classic though, I'm not gonna deny that. But I don't know, I have to think about it. Ali? Ali probably gonna be telling me, you know, children of light or something like that. But it is what it is. Anyway. I don't know. Maybe there's something that, you know, I forgot. You know, I keep forgetting a lot about, you know, games that comes out. Whether, you know, in the near future. So, who knows? I might find myself a game that I want to play. It could be indie games. I mean, you know, for the sake of it, let me just, you know, I'll allow myself go a little bit later because I'm not tired. I already slept earlier just before the stream today, so that, you know, because I need to work. Let's see. But I will take a shower before I go to work. Switch, let's see. Ready fish? What the fuck is that? Or Endless Ocean. What is Endless Ocean? I don't know what that is. Saga Emerald Beyond. Yeah, I don't see any. Maybe PS5 upcoming games. PS5 Pac-Man. The heck? Who's Your Daddy? A little game that's gonna come out. It's called Who's Your Daddy? It's a multiplayer game. Oh, I know what that one is. It's the shower one. Yeah, it doesn't look like there any game next week. Whatever. Prisoner of the Night. Prison Architect. Anyway, we'll have a little bit of a time thinking about it, okay? So we'll see. For that though, we have concluded the Grace Ace Attorney, so I finished every single case that's, you know, in this chronicle. So next week, like I said, I'll probably be doing, you know, a double Splatoon stream. So Wednesday is gonna be a normal one, and then on the Friday it's gonna be extras, just so that I can catch up a little bit on it. And yeah, so this Friday will be Splatoon as well. So take it what it may. So for the next week at least, well, this week and next week, there's gonna be a, you know, a lot of upcoming Splatoon stream. Whether you guys like it or not, I don't know, but you know, certainly more fun with you guys around, playing, you know, with each other. Okay, so I'll be looking forward at least to extra on next Friday, not the coming one, but the next week. This coming one, we're gonna, you know, just do a normal turf war. A lot of catching ups to do because I'm so stuck with FF7 Rebirth, honestly. But I mean, FF Rebirth is still gonna be, you know, on Monday. I have quite a bit of content to go through with hard mode. That is also in the upcoming. And meanwhile, if you have any suggestion for me, you can do that. Of course, I have a tendency to play, you know, new games that I don't know about more than just replaying games that I already played. There's that. So if you have, you know, any upcoming game that seems like interesting on PS5 or Switch, you can tell me about it. Okay? Until then, though, guys, take care. Bye now.